I am everything that I said I am. Keep my shit tight, man. Motherfucking Hoover Dam. And I ain't cracking anytime soon. My mindset is fine too. This world will be mine soon. Showdown in high noon, sharp as a harpoon. Crash like a monsoon, style like a costume. I'm constantly awesome. Voice fresh as spring, yo. My beats about to blossom. Caution, get out the pit when I'm moshing. My friends are a high, yeah, I'm nice and I got 'em that way. We pose on parade, my balls for the weed, man. Higher than a pterodactyl, you can call me caveman. California raisin, hear me through the grapevine. Dirty baby days to give a man, I'm feeling just fine. I be out in Vegas while your bitch is just a state line. I ain't never stopping till I finally feel like I find. We're never gonna lay down, we ain't going nowhere. You can come and give it a try. Our bond is on blood and thicker than water, like movies never say die. Oh, those goonies never say oh. Goonies never say die. I keep it cool, right? I'm like an avalanche. I get stupid when I want to, Rain Man. I keep it flowing. I rain dance. Man, everybody loves me, call me Rain Man. Here I go, I be getting so high like I'm standing on my tippy toes. Spread my wings and fly, but I got two arms where my wings should go. Hungry as an animal, tearing down the devil's door. He's selling me a song for all the lyrics in my arsenal. Eyes red, lungs full, half past the flag door. I'm about to kill this beat, throw it in a drowning pool. Air lungs, high cool, lyrics fresh, jet fuel. On this track, no looking back, I'm hippie like a hacky sack. Smoother than a Cadillac, these MCs needing Medivac. Yeah, I lost my shit, but bitch, you know I got my passion back. Locked inside my temper trap, I'm laughing at your pussycats. Cause I ain't never stopping till the top is what I'm looking at. We're never gonna lay down, we ain't going nowhere. You can come and give it a try. Our bond is on blood and thicker than water, like movies never say die. Oh, those goonies never say oh. Goonies never say die. Okay, listen up, kiddos. I'm a shark, you're a minnow. Balls on your chin, call your bitch Jay Leno. Don't go swimming, cause your shit sounds minstrel. And we ain't here to play Dr. Dre South Central. Spit barbiturates to make you rub your tits and shit. Have your body moving, shaking hips with throwing fits. Willie sitting high, just as out of time as now. Now I'm flowing my DeLorean. Marty McFly, yeah, anybody home? Two spliffs to the dome. It's a headshot, dreadnought, noobs get honed. Yeah, I fucking said it was so last year. I got a pack full of gear and a trunk full of beer. We're never gonna lay down, we ain't going nowhere. You can come and give a try. Our bond is on blood and thicker than water, like goonies never say die. We're never gonna lay down, we ain't going nowhere. You can come and give a try. Our bond is on blood and thicker than water, like goonies never say die. Oh, goonies never say oh. Goonies never say die.
All right, people, let's get to work.
Whatever your plan. better pray for peace before you let us in. My jettison is full of carnivores and lettuce men. You pushing positive, then we can be the best of friends. We drink the fire from the fountain and piss excellence. Open stores, open doors like a Trojan horse. No remorse, I make law fact like college course. Making seconds to records, the textures you could never touch the circle I roll and you overstepped your effort. I'm the shepherd and leopards, I'll pull you back together. You fall apart, I'll build it back with better. I'm a scoundrel with my pen works adventures. My punchlines are too raw for glass jars and dentures. You think you've seen madness? Well, I am the center. I'm only happy in the summer. Fuck the winter. Watch out now. Come and be water. If I know, not going under. Oh, oh, not gonna let you go. Oh, oh, pay what you owe. Watch out now. Come and be water. Man, namaste. It's marijuana, damn, namaste. And Dolly Mama, cause I'm searching for better days. Tijuana, I'm cutting through this bullshit with my switchblade to the corners, cause I've learned something from years ahead hunting. If I got something to say, then I'ma say something. They're glutting for all these beatings, they're fighting for what I'm loving. If the whole world's throwing us sparks, I keep on trucking, yeah. I ain't got time for y'all to get your heads right. I'll find some rope, and you can go and hang tight. It's getting dark as fucking midnight. This beat swinging so hard, we in a fist fight. Tippy toe, watch me dip and go round the corner, round another level. Watch my indigo, I'll be switching colors, red, green, and gold. I'm speaking the truth, and now I'm spitting heavy waters on the phone and the road. It's like now, come and be water. If I know, not going under. Oh, oh, not gonna let you go. Oh, oh, pay what you owe. Watch out now. Come and be water. Now listen to me. Gonna run down the bad man today. Gonna hunt down the bad man like that. When the sun down, gonna come round, set fire ablaze. Gonna run down the bad man today. Tell the ragamuffin man, them not play. My blood, I never want, I gotta come anyways. You know the struggling ain't living, so the hustle comes easy. So listen up when they hear me. Watch out now. Come and be water. Yes, I know. Not going under. Oh, oh, not gonna let you go. Oh, oh, pay what you owe. Come and be Alright, guys. So, I'm here, obviously. Now, after I mostly ignored everything sort of last night, today, tapped a few buttons here and there. And, of course, as expected, what Horseshit Unplugged and her merry band of assholes did yesterday. It's already flying around chats, and morons and soap eaters and carnival barkers and little plants are running amok everywhere. And the crazy
folks who have no comprehension skills. I think that even started in my chat yesterday before I even left here. I just kind of ignored it. They're running amok. You got everything from apparently, supposedly, allegedly said, and well, can't even say it because these motherfuckers are outright saying it. They're like, oh, Chasing said JSB said that Dawn and Candace were punishing the children by beating them with hammers, and that Summer, this and the other, and that Dawn said that he'd beaten Summer and everything, yeah. Oh, yeah. And, of course, creators are allowing it, right? Because the more that idea takes place, the more they tell you everything else, it's super disturbing. It's upsetting. Oh, God. It makes it tragedy pimp shit. It's horseshit. And the more they make it like it's new, anything that I said, especially the dumbasses who for a year and a half they've convinced they can't watch me or that they can't understand me, that I have to have someone to decipher me, etc. Right? Well, you know how the game goes. Stupid. If it wasn't so fucking tragic. So, here's the deal. I touched the button a while ago. I'm like, oh, and goody. One of the top tier douche nozzles, right? Coming in from the left. Just click the button, Jody Sue. Let's do it. They also know that I have a tendency to go to certain places or see or be made aware of certain. So, it's also one of those, let's see if we can get a reaction manipulation. It's just what it is at this point. Y'all know the drill if you've been around here long enough. Now, I want y'all to keep several things in mind. The UK is only about 5 to 6 hours ahead of us. So right now it puts them about 8-ish, 9 p.m. at night. Alright, so just keep it in mind. And also that those who have been around here long enough know exactly how much Michelle has always watched my shit. How many videos were initially pumped out, whether hidden now or not. Etc. Okay? And how many times we've been over this in the group thing. And in this particular one, and just loves Scotchy Britches and the rest, and will target when necessary too. It's kind of their narratives. If you've been here, you've been. So, shit didn't quite go, I guess, the way it's supposed to, and then taking it, all this other shit. It's all just manipulation, really. And to get eyes and ears on it, because when they take things down, people can't find them. It creates more, oh my gosh, what was really said? What was done? Gets people moving from room to room, wondering what, when, where, how, drama. Because drama sells. Alright. Now, and also when you prove Chasey grog, Chasey's gotta have somebody bigger to come in and clean her butthole. Alright. So anyway. We're gonna touch this button. Alright. we're gonna touch the button.
You don't have to love racing to.
And I'm gonna show you how the fuck this works.
Love Gran Turismo, because what you're really watching is this feel-good sport.
Michelle, I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is a rainy Saturday morning here in Northern England, and today we are talking about the Summer Wells case. Specifically, we are talking about...
Now she put this out. When I seen it, it was like 5 hours. It had been about 5 hours since she had put it out. Right now it says 7 hours. And remember, they're 5 or 6 hours ahead of us. So when I seen it about 2 hours ago, it was in the daytime of the show. Put this in. Over there. So she'd had all day. Keep that in mind. All day from the time she woke up in the morning and honestly since yesterday. Because wait for it. Alright, here we go.
About Geordie Sue Brown and the things that she's been saying. Good morning everyone, my name is Michelle. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is a rainy Saturday morning here in Northern England, and today we are talking about the Summer Wells case. Specifically, we are talking about Geordie Sue Brown and the things that she's been saying on her recent live streams. So I came across this on Chasing Truth Unplugged.
Hold on. You know the piece everybody said didn't exist yesterday? I think including lockdown. And it wasn't the first time Dawn said this about the hammer, this and the other. It's not even the billionth time he's been fixated on head or facial injuries. Okay. But you remember, and I only remember because I was told to here yesterday, but this is what quite a few of them are going on about, is that this doesn't exist. In several forms. Michelle could find it.
What the hell made anyone get away but June 15th?
Do I need to rewind that? Let's rewind it. We'll turn up the volume too.
What the hell made anyone get away but June 15th? What the hell made anyone get away? What the hell made anyone get away? What the hell made anyone get away but June 15th? What the hell made anyone get away? What the hell made anyone get away? What the hell made anyone get away? What the hell made anyone get away but June 15th?
So are we all clear that it exists and that Dawn has been, and if you actually know and if you've listened, and Lord, I've probably missed 1 billion times he said things like that just because I don't actually go around listening to them all that often. But I've known since, not one, that there's been a, and I can piece it together to go, okay, there's this weird shit, and here we are 2+ years later, and he's still leaking and fixating on certain things, and it's growing, and it's weird to me, it bothers me, hence the reason.
What the hell made anyone get away but June 15th?
Good morning everyone, my name is Michelle. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another...
And of course you got the red flagged title, right? Dawn Wells and children in dope houses, red flag. Are we close to the final puzzle piece question?
Video. It is a rainy Saturday morning here in Northern England, and today we are talking about the Summer Wells case. Specifically, we are talking about Jodie Sue Brown and the things that she's been saying on her recent live streams. So, Kim.
Pebble drop. We're here about Jodie Sue and the things she's been saying on her recent live stream. Nope. We discussed this yesterday, right? Yeah. And now Michelle of the was straight up my ass and siphoning everything I ever said into her videos every morning for so long knows better. No. None of this is recent. It's not new. It's not new ideas. It's not new thoughts. All things that have been said before by myself, many others, Dawn, Candace, whole nine, Allie, the whole everybody. See, but if she makes people and you all believe that it's new, oh yeah, super concerning. I'm just now popping out with it, guys. Right? This is the same shit they've done to myself and others, but mainly they do it to me. I can say the same thing a million other motherfuckers have said a billion times, and then suddenly when they're low, like, oh shit, well, we're gonna make it seem like when Jodie Sue said, oh my gosh. Tragedy pimping. Full on. Okay? The only thing that was, and it wasn't because it doesn't exist, because I never gave it to these fuck faces. Right? The thing that is that the other night, I have a moment where these things collide. It upsets me. I know that the things I know bother me. And I say clearly what they would do if given anything, whatever. And I didn't give them anything. Nothing new, nothing that's not already been said, nothing like that. Because even with the old shit, you can see what they're getting up to with it. And mind fucking people taking advantage of them. So that in combination with what already torments the living shit out of me in real life. You know, it gets heavy some days. But either way, I told you, give it 2 or 3 days to see what they fucking do. What they do. You can't even say old shit around here for me. Things you've said a million times. Things others have said. And if you all, miss a giant tragedy here, think she's not aware of the sister statements, Allie's, everybody else in the community, all this shit around all of these people and all that, you're highly mistaken. She's fully aware that none of anything is new news. Alright? She knows what she's doing. There's a reason that this con artist is online and not using all those degrees and things she specialized in a goddamn office. Alright? So anyway, carry on.
Across this on Chasing Truth.
And notice any other day when it suits her and she wants to say, look, I was listening to Sarah, I got wind of this. Oh no, she has to mention Chasing. I was on Chasing with it, right? And blah, blah, blah. And so we're going to use Chasing. Look, just wait for it. Wait for it. And do you think 2 days ago she herself had not been given wind of the video and all. You think she hadn't been? Come on now. Give me a break. Give me a break. And it took chasing 2 days after for her to catch her. Give me a break. You know better, and so do I.
Unplugged, and Jodie Sue Brown.
Hold on, let her plug for old cleaner while she cleans for her. And keep an eye on what they do with Smiley, Chasing, and Dawn. Well, what Michelle does.
And the things that she's been saying on her recent live streams. So I came across this on Chasing Truth Unplugged, and it was a very interesting live stream. What Chasing was responding to was some information that Jodie Sue, who was the neighbour of the Wells at the time Summer disappeared, she lived at 125. It's across Ben Hill Road. It's on the opposing little hill to 110. Jodie Sue said some disturbing things. Now it said,
see if they tell you. It doesn't matter. Like, they could literally go back to my first fucking anything I'm gonna be like, oh, it's disturbing. It's a pebble drop. It's manipulation. Oh my god, Jodie Sue's cup moved across the table today. It's witchcraft. It's disturbing. Feel it, there's more weight to it. If we tell you so, it must be.
Not the first time that Jodie Sue has said disturbing things. It's on the opposing, some information that Jodie Sue.
And it's not the first time she said disturbing things.
Who was the neighbour of the Wells at the time Summer disappeared. She lived at 125. It's across Ben Hill Road. It's on the opposing little hill to 110. Jodie Sue said some disturbing things. Now, it's certainly not the first time that Jodie Sue has said disturbing things about what was going on in the Wells home, what was going on with the Wells parents, what was going on in the community. So I couldn't find this information on Jodie Sue's own channel. She's been doing really long live streams lately, so the clips I'm going to play are from
Now, Michelle could not find this on my channel. Though, she says, well, you know, this is going to be visual, okay? And she says Jodie Sue's been doing really long live streams. Y'all, actually, lately I've been doing shorter live streams. Michelle's never had a problem with scanning through or her little Muppets over there in her Facebook groups and grabbing them, etc., and telling her what she needs to concentrate on for the day and timestamps and shit. She's a lazy bitch. She always has been. She's also pretty notorious for many cases that all she really does is takes everybody else's fucking content thoughts, slams them into a 5-6 minute piece every morning, and uploads them since she came across the idea herself, or she's a super detective. None of which is true. Now, this is gonna need to be a visual. So, yeah. Watch this shit.
So I couldn't.
We're all gonna be Scooby-Doos.
Find this information has said disturbing things about what was going on in the Wells home, what was going on with the Wells parents, what was going on in the community. So I couldn't find this information on Jodie Sue's own channel. She's been doing really long live streams lately, so the clips I'm going to play are from Chasing Truth's channel of Chasing playing Jodie Sue. So I'll leave a link to the live stream in the description box, and I'll leave a link to Jodie Sue's channel, because you might be able to go through hours and hours and hours of live streams to find this exact clip.
See, it's to point him to Chasing's and to be like, oh, you need to go to Chasing. Just hours and hours and hours of live streams that are around. Can't find it. Even Michelle here, who's had no problem finding anything of mine ever, and taking my content, as they call it. Oh yeah, she can't do it, bro. And in 2 days, though we all know her groups as the others stay centered on timestamps. You know she knew about that live. Weird though Michelle only chooses to come out after several days and give a shit about the piece of it. So concerning, and I know it was in her groups, Michelle. If it was so concerning, then shit, you know this tragedy pimp been on it. Because she's been all like, go watch my last video, there's really good stuff in there everybody's been missing. Y'all know better than what you're hearing. And how it doesn't jibe with the rest of the shit this bitch throws out on the continuum. Y'all know better. So anyway.
In the description box, and I'll leave a link to Jodie Sue's channel because, you know, you might be able to go through hours and hours and hours of live streams to find this exact clip. I just didn't have the time or the inclination. I did catch a little bit of Jodie Sue last night though. I actually fell asleep listening to Jodie Sue's live.
Now she didn't have the time or inclination, which is one of those, I don't know, I guess I think it pokes, I don't know, her, it's just, like, I see you, Holmes, over. So anyway, I also hear you just fine. So anyway, she didn't have the time or inclination to go find the piece on my video itself and listen to it. No. But she then went and listened to my other live stream, fell asleep to it yesterday. Yeah, that math don't add up, bro. So anyway.
Live stream. And she was...
Now think about it. Here in a minute, Chasing is going to mention that it was 2 days ago exactly that I did the video. That would put Michelle in the realm. I also know by proof and evidence that the video had already been mentioned in her Michelle Walks groups. She already had the timestamps. She only did this after Chasing did hers. Alright. So either way, she has a time frame. Go back to 2 days before on the live stream, because we've only been doing one a day. Listen to that one when you go to sleep before you do your videos the next morning. It's what most people do, right? It's what she does. But yet by today, midday, she couldn't do it. She just couldn't do it. But she could fall asleep listening to my news. But she couldn't take the Scooby-Doo clue and go, Chasing. And then half my group split up it. So this live stream, and well, I'll fall asleep listening to it instead and do my homework. Before I put up a video, hours and hours and hours and hours later. Yeah, that math don't add up, does it? Anyway. Rewind a little bit.
I did catch a little bit of Jodie Sue last night though. I actually fell asleep listening to Jodie Sue's live stream. And she was gunning for Chasing Truth. Mostly here to keep these dumpsters from once again doing exactly what they like them. You know, I just, from continuing there.
Oh, but where's the link for this video in your description? Michelle? You could clip this just fine, and boy, that was not at the very first, oh boy, so you had to go through this that you're using for content of mine, that you didn't link, and you go through it and clip just fine this morning to do this. Weird, huh?
Fuck case after case after
for Chasing Truth.
Mostly here to keep these dumpsters from once again doing exactly what they like them. I just, from continuing their Mary Band to fuck case after case after case, and in Summers and in real lives, and tampering with shit, and on other cases, and picking those up and destroying real communities, real survivors, victims, etc., tampering with other human beings on scales you cannot imagine.
Here's the thing, Jodie Sue, though. Don't put stuff.
Now, listen to a chastisement, okay? So cute.
Those up and destroying real communities, real survivors, victims, etc., tampering with other human beings on scales you cannot imagine.
Here's the thing, Jodie Sue, though. Don't put stuff out on your channel that is going to incite the quote-unquote tragedy pimps to talk. If disturbing things have gone on towards the Welsh children by Dom, how about keeping it between you and law enforcement? How about not inciting the quote-unquote tragedy pimps to talk about the stuff that you say? I don't know. It's just a thought.
I don't know. Here's a hot thought, you dumb fucking UK con artist whore. Here's a thought. I know when I own that I'm a double-edged sword, but see what you fast-forwarded through and skipped around and bleeped out and all that shit. It's the same thing chasing the rest do, whatever, right? It's what you all do with our double-edgedness and with our words that's the problem. Right? And y'all just heard her say, well then how about you stop saying stuff online that's so concerning for the tragedy pimps? Like, I didn't say anything that's not been said before. Michelle knows it. Chasing knows it. Whole damn place it's actually followed from day one knows it. So, and y'all ain't been going off the deep end about it. Right? Nope. Same shit y'all done with everything. Right? I come in, I say something about the showers, the rest of it, you know, also crap. Y'all just do the same shit. Right? Dawn, MGL, all them about the weed shit, all the dope shit, everything with kids. That's well known apparently before I ever came here. I did not know this. I got eaten alive for it. Right? So even if I say something a million times, whenever these tragedy pimps, you know, like Michelle chooses, then they can make it a thing, cough it out like it's new, and drop in words like disturbing and new, and people buy the bullshit. It's not new. And to say it's disturbing is horseshit. It bothers me. It bothers my soul. Because in real life, not a fucking tragedy, dude. And I've watched from real life till now on how fixated certain people are on certain shit. Certain things bother me. Okay? Wow. So basically all they're doing is tragedy pimping on my emotion about that shit. When I have moments, it's really it. And clearly saying you can't say shit to these motherfuckers because of what they do. Like this. Right? So anyway. I think we all know we're double-edged sword. But it's what these motherfuckers do. Just like I said in that video. It's what they do with our words. And how they do. And how they tragedy pimp. And how they scrape barrels. That's the fucking problem. And when they twist and narrate, you got assholes just like happened now. After chasing, you got them starting up yesterday talking, swearing up and down that what tracing is pumped out and what's been put out to them is that I've said, you know, Dawn was beating the children. They were being beaten with hammers as punishments and all this garbage. Right? So no, how about you motherfucking tragedy pimps stop using everything just like I said, that said, that is not even new, not even remotely, and pretending it's a new thing by adding the word shocking, or oh my god, news, or adding red flags to it, or question marks, or whatever the fuck, to try to pump it out for your bones, and your cash apps, and your whatever else. And to target those around you. Summers community, real life, case, etc. How about that? You've done exactly what the fuck I said you do. So no, I'll keep speaking and being my double-edged sword, I guess. But it's what you all then do, and the way you mindfuck people, mislead them, misinform them on purpose, and you pump out this horse shit for your own needful things. This is the goddamn problem. We may be a problem, but we ain't that shit and what you all do. Those are facts. Got a big and dumbass motherfuckers running around here now, probably inundating law enforcement because chasing and this dumb bitch and others last night around this whole. And Jody Sue said that Dawn had been and they had been punishing the kids by beating them with hammers, or Dawn said, or no, they said that I said Dawn had beaten someone. That's not what I said. Not the least. Said Dawn had said it, and he had been fixated on head injuries and shit, and violence in facial ways and stuff to the children since. Which concerned me, considering other things in real life, which have been known by the public, and have been said here before. Not new news. Not new news, and they know it. Michelle knows what she's doing, so does Chasing, so does Jenny. I'm just like, whatever, you know. They gotta take, I guess, attention off that giant black eye that Dawn gave Candace, allegedly. Right? And the shit going on there, they I don't know. It just is what it is, right? Anyway, carrying on.
Right, I'm going to play you a few clips of what Jody Sue said.
Yeah, through Chasing. Okay.
And then we'll come back to discuss.
I'm fucking tormented by this. I can't help it. And if it wasn't for my extreme medical abuse, I'm bullshit. Stop.
But I can't help it. I'm tormented by this. If it wasn't for Monster and the medical abuse at this time.
I remember that it was something I was trying so hard. If I had been able,
I would have remembered then. It was something I tried so hard.
And see, there's how much of a super detective we went over this yesterday that Chasing is. Her title was Neighbor Remembers Disturbing Memories, whatever, right? Obviously, I say there, it would have been something, if not for Monster and his abuse, that I would have remembered. So obviously not a memory, but there's her title anyway. Alright. Now.
Hey, did your partner hide their phone from you? If you're feeling suspicious about someone, I'm going to show you.
locate it.
To locate?
When I was digging around the shit.
When I was digging around the shit with you
Before June 15th.
Before June 15th ever happened.
And it has eaten me every day since I found it.
And it's
And I don't know why it just
every
popped
day
up.
since I found it, and I don't know why it just popped up.
I've been digging even before Summer vanished. Because of worrying, I'm worried since Candace pulled out for me that fucking day. Said she was calling the police. This is like the fourth thought we're fucking in.
So I've been worrying since Candace pulled off that day. It's from 2 days ago. Since Candace pulled off that day.
Okay. So clearly, Michelle at this point has a Scooby-Doo clue. The video's from 2 days before. Damn, there are a bunch of detectives in here, aren't they?
And said she was calling the police. We don't know what day she's talking about, but she's...
And we went over how stupid Chasing is, and her pretend ignorance of what day I'm speaking about.
She says it's like the fourth thought coming in her head.
Here. Things heard.
Things heard. So even before I found these pieces, it was known.
And, you know, and I'm not the only one to say it, that Dawn was clearly taking these children back forth to their houses and shit.
That Dawn was taking these...
And no. See, Miss Decipher here, we went over this yesterday. I say, and I'm not the only one to say it, about Dawn and the dope houses and the kids. But what she tells them is, oh, Dawn was, but she leaves that part out, right? That I'm not the only one that said it, because, well, they need it to be tragedy pimped a certain way, right? These people in their deciphering and pumping out of whatever I say is pretty fucking awful.
Children back and forth to dope houses.
It's no secret.
It's no secret,
But sometimes it'd be for days.
but sometimes for days.
And the weird part is that,
The weird part is that
I mean, he always kept on them as a insurance policy, mostly. Whatever.
he kept them
Tell you to work with it, it's actually because of their whatever.
as an insurance
Control.
And we went over this yesterday. That's not new news. It's not something I'm newly said.
I don't know. It's kind of odd that it kept comparing to age as they were Summer's age, roundabout.
Chasing knew this, the rest knew this, Jenny and Adrian in our chat knew it. Shit was done on purpose. Carrying on.
And they look almost identical at that age, every one of them.
This is the really important part. I'll play it a couple.
No, it's not. Because guess what? It's been said a million times before. But her, much like Michelle, she's got to build it up. Pretend it's a thing. It's a new thing. It's all disturbing and shit. It's unknown, but it is very well known for those who listen and pay attention. And it's nothing even remotely new.
Times, but
They were Summer's age, roundabout, and they look almost identical at that age, every one of them.
strange part is they were all around Summer's age at that time, and they almost all looked identical at that age.
Throughout the years.
Throughout the years.
They hold them hostage, basically, from Candace. The top.
He was holding them hostage, basically, from Candace.
But they come back with their faces be
Also not new news.
head injuries, you know.
They'd come back with their faces beat and head injuries. She's talking about the boys who were taken to the
Actually, I said that, but chasing, whatever.
dope houses for days on end with Dawn.
For me, that correlates to all the times, and Dawn is just super concentrated. Throughout everything, from the very first days that Summer's been beaten in the head with a hammer, or something's happened to her face or her head. Just don't understand why.
Now, see, I didn't say Candace and Dawn were abusing the children or punishing them by using a hammer. I did not say that Dawn said he beat Summer in the head with a hammer. I said Dawn's been heavily fixated when he's out here talking otherwise about Summer being beaten, end of her life being caused by head injuries. He's been concentrated and fixated on head injuries to the boys, also shit, since day one and for 2 years. You know, that he's been heavily concentrated on, and it bothers me.
That Dawn's been super concentrated.
Anybody who's not been paying attention to those statements, and I know every time Dawn's made one, this place lights up and goes, oh, can't believe you said that about his daughter. Oh, how in the hell do you describe? And even I'm like, holy shit, right? But for the most part, now first I tried to be like, well, he's more dirt, mud, low class, whatever. Might not be beyond him. He's also a predator, so for him to think that, spew it out, it might not be a thing for him, but to the rest of us, it's shocking that are normal-ish, right? Fine. But then at a certain point, you have to realize there's a pattern there. And it bothers me. So anyway.
On Summer being beaten in the head with a hammer, or something happened to her face, and I just don't know why.
Okay, so heavy stuff, right? So I've condensed that into
Super heavy, already known shit for 2 years by many, not just myself, Michelle. Oh my god. Oh my god. But if they tell you those words, right? New, shocking, red flags on the titles. Oh, heavy stuff. Oh God, it's new. It's memories coming back to her. It's whatever. It's coming out of her head. And here's the thing. Michelle's already told you she watched Chase. And that she fell asleep listening to my video where I was chewing Chasing's ass for the bullshit she did. Keep that in mind.
The main parts, and Chasing Truth was speaking Jodie Sue's words because some people can't understand.
This is where she cleanses and makes it, oh, Chasing's the victim and Jodie Sue's the back. Let me clean what Chasing's doing to Jodie Sue and her voice and shit that like Tiffany Marie built up Angel to do and everything, and we continue to manipulate and do and make people think you can't understand her, or just like can't go through her own lives and find stuff. You gotta come to us for the clip art versions where we drop pebbles and mindfuck you for barky bums across the UK in our con village. Right. So this is ass cleansing for Chasing.
Dan Jodie Sue stuff, right? So I've condensed
And making what she's doing okay and pretending that. Listen to it.
that into the main parts, and Chasing Truth was speaking Jodie Sue's words because some people can't understand Jodie Sue. I know when I play Jodie Sue, people ask me to transcribe it because the CCs, the closed captions, don't do very much justice to Jodie Sue. Jodie Sue takes great offence. I understand. I think we all understand that Jodie Sue has had surgery on her vocal cords.
Bitch, it sounds weird. Well, she had a little surgery on her vocal cords. I don't know, maybe that you and them are purposefully manipulating and trying to gaslight a cancer patient who's had her whole head cut off, has one tone left, was not supposed to have any voice at all when they woke up, and be muted for life. On top of a domestic violence survivor who takes great exception to what you all are doing and you know it, and then you excuse it, going, oh, but Chasing's doing it because it's horseshit, and both you manipulative bitches and Angel and TM and all them have done it on purpose. This whole place has. It's a form of abuse, really. And while they proclaim they care about it, it's what they do. Because they know someone like me who responds to that and how many facets there are to that, and it's often a trigger for me when they do that. It's why they do it. And, funny how I was in here for eons till TM and all that, and everybody was all fine with Jodie Sue and her voice until TM and all started pumping out the idea that I was intoxicated, I was mumble mouth, couldn't be understood, couldn't this, couldn't that, whatever. And then she built Angel fucks too fast up over there to decipher and do whatever, right? And essentially take my voice from me in that. All of these gross bitches know what they're doing. And this one can't seem to use her skill sets in an office setting at all, but I guess she still has enough con and can use those. Just not an office setting to make her bones. And so they all are very aware of what they're doing. They've been around here years. They know clearly what they're doing and what they're gaslighting and manipulating. It's a thing. It's disgusting. And if you think they aren't that dirty, dark, and deep, you'd be wrong. Cannot believe this guy's out here right before storm mowing the yard for the 19th time. But he is. He is. It's unsettling. I should probably start a title and put red flags. It's disturbing. It's heavy, bro. It's heavy. It's not like the smell of grass. I enjoy it. The mowing of yards. It's kind of soothing. So anyway, I'm gonna let him move on a few feet so it's not quite as loud. Oh, I had the mango in it. In my water. I was like, what the hell? I had the mango in my cup earlier. Give it a minute. Give it a minute. This guy power mows anyway. I'm telling you, he takes it as a sport. It's an art form. It's his favorite thing to do. If you would let this guy, he would get on Lawnmower 3 times a day. And I think I've actually seen it once or twice where he did do multiple times a day. It's like he went back and said, he's like, you know what, that grass height, I didn't pick the blade. I don't like it. I feel like it needs to be like just a scooch shorter. I'm gonna go back out and redo it. He went in there with a ruler or something. But he's not bougie like that. Like, he's not one that puts the stripes or the extras in the yard. He just enjoys mowing. If it makes him happy, man, it makes me happy. Alright. Give it a minute. Alright. Maybe. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna rewind 10 seconds.
To Jodie Sue. Jodie Sue takes great offence. I understand. I think we all understand that Jodie.
Oh, you understand, y'all do it on purpose, Michelle. It doesn't take a real psychiatrist or anything else to figure out what it might be. And why you all do it. It's why you all do it.
Sue has had surgery on her vocal cords, but the fact remains that even when she speaks clearly, I can understand her. I know.
And y'all just heard chasing, like she's excusing, like chasing is just repeating my words, right? She's speaking for me word for word, just telling the audience what I was saying because they're having a hard time, but that's not the case. You all yesterday and just now, even in what Michelle showed, could see that Michelle was clearly leaving out words. She was skipping past things. She was not saying what I was saying verbatim, and while she was doing it, she was doing gestures and dropping in little things about memories and out of her head. Things are coming to her. Oh, it's so disturbing. See, that's not being helpful or trying to decipher or doing whatever for chats. That's leaving shit. That's not verbatim. And even if one of you motherfuckers took what is it, like Angel, right? Same shit. They can tippy tap, typewrite it, do whatever every fucking day, all they want, with transcripts, otherwise. But when you don't see the person and their mannerisms and their tones and all this, even though I obviously don't have too many, you do not actually have it in context. You don't know if I'm being sarcastic. You don't. And I would see Angel and the rest in there. They'd include what the fuck I was saying to chat, but it would sound like I was. Yeah, and it never made sense. It makes even less sense when you take transcripts and then just read them out than it does trying to listen to me. And when you have and you're standing there making excuses like Michelle is for chasing and saying, oh, she's just trying to tell her chat what Jody said. No, she's not, because it's not verbatim. Matter of fact, the trash truck yesterday, all that shit, she just wants to get to the good part to where she can do the full narrative drop, much like Michelle here. It's not hard to see what they're doing, and that this is also an ass whopping by Michelle for chasing. So anyway, and an excuse maker for what chasing is doing, just like Michelle's doing it. Now let's see what this hot take is. Trevor, you don't know what the fuck was done, because guess what, you're Trevor. You have no idea what was or wasn't done, and I'm not giving y'all shit. So get the fuck out of my inbox. Alright. You're Trevor. You're not, like, you have no idea what has or has not been done. You have no idea of the totality of the situations or life in. So to come at me with the, hey, all due respect, that's not it, bro. It's not it. And if you've listened in the community, a lot of this shit was reported. Anyway, just wasn't shit done about. So anyway, carrying on. I'm not in the mood for the bait, the bullshit, the garbage, whatever else. It ain't on me and others that watched as things came and went. It's exactly why I was looking for tangible fucking proof of something. And with the astronomical amount of calls over there, it shows you shit was reported. Allie and them and everybody else have already told you shit was reported. What they could do about it is an entirely different story. So, and to say just the boys would be wrong. So anyway, carrying on. Hold on, actually, let me put. Speaking of which, while we're here and things are coming and going, like, I never did get a message from you about the flyers, trying to help put those up, etc. Did they ever get to you? I hadn't had a chance to ask Josh either. Not lately, anyway. So anyway, listen.
Never have any problems understanding it, but other people do. So that's what Chasing Truth was doing. She's repeating.
No, it wasn't what Chasing Truth was doing. And you can visually see that and audibly hear that for yourself. Chasing was leaving out words. She was skipping past shit. She was trying to get to the good bit. I'm seriously. You cannot see it and hear it yourself. There's a problem. You want to be mind fucked, you want to wear the blinders, you go right ahead. You want to eat shit from these tragedy pimps, get a spoon. It's not my problem.
What
Alright.
Jodie Sue was saying, not to be funny about it, but anyway, Jodie Sue took great offence. So Don was taking the children to dope houses, perhaps for an insurance policy, but always when they were around the same age.
It's been said, and I've said, Don's fairy taled it up, much like a lot of shit, but he would always keep kind of one of the kids with him as an insurance policy, because domestic violence and how they control us in these boxes and things is kind of how it works. Oh, but don't forget, they all really, really heckin' care about DV. They really care what lasted them 3 or 4 days over Candace's black. Really do. Now they're just like, oh, insurance, it's the hostage, whatever, but it's domestic violence, and it's a known tactic by abusers. And just like my monster chose to do other things and still does with our children, grown or not. And how he and his family do my children versus how where monsters completely hands off, didn't want shit to do with the kids other than him and his family do, which they were whatever too, and there's court records of that, but either way, they do different things in different ways. Dawn's, and Monster wanted the children entirely away from himself, myself, not to, whatever, but also to be trapped in a box. Dawn usually and generally kept one of the kids with him, basically so Candace wouldn't leave, especially after incidents or when things went down, or to make sure this and the other. It's a thing. All monsters, different flavors. Same sort of lines, though. It's not unknown to those with degrees, Michelle. Real ones that they can really use without being on YouTube. And to those who survived it, who bitches like you and Chasing want to keep taking the voice from. But anyway, so, here you know.
Just Summer saw 5 years old, and they all looked very similar at that age. So he's taking the children to these dope houses, holding them hostage from Candace, and they're coming back with injuries. They're coming back looking like they've been beaten up. Well, how would Jodie Sue know that? I mean, it's a little bit vague, in my opinion, a little bit vague as to just how.
And this is a little drop of manipulation, just like Chasing them or hoping they're going to do with the gaslighting and the bullshit and this garbage. That in order to defend anything or whatever, and that the pieces and things they're not that I said that I wouldn't give them because they would do exactly this, that I'll be forced to come out with. And guess what? Nope, not gonna happen either. Not gonna happen either. So y'all carry on.
Well, the Wells and Jodie Sue got on before Summer disappeared. We know in the early days, it's a little bit vague, in my opinion, a little bit vague as to just how well the Wells and Jodie Sue got on before Summer disappeared. We know in the early days of Summer's disappearance,
and there it goes, oh, they must have been really close. They must have been this shit again. Nope. And was never a fan, especially after Peep and Tom shit and all the, nope, no. My initial, everything still stands there. We're not close, we're not besties, didn't hang out, didn't go out to places, didn't do all the things, all that shit. Now, at first, tried to get along. After that, it was neighbors, keep it there. The kids are different, obviously. But hanging out with Candace and Dawn or hanging out over there, doing any of that or super frenzies, absolutely motherfucking. And I hate that country neighbors in the middle of nowhere and the way in which they interact, and you interact with your direct neighbor and things like that, strikes goofballs who live in cul-de-sacs wrong, but yeah, no. Candace and Don and I were never tight. Alright, now Monster's interactions and his closeness with them are an entirely different thing, as you can still see. There are a great many people still patting one's asses, and I believe Don the other night was out tragedy pimping somewhere on some channel. I heard it in the chat, and it doesn't mean it's true, but he's like, oh yeah, Monster gave us permission to go searching 125 anytime we wanted. I was like, yeah, really? Okay. Guess you better get permission from the real owners of the property, and I'm pretty sure any permission would probably only be given to officials and law enforcement, not tragedy pimps and homies, because last time that shit, with chasing and Junior, it started off a big chain of events that was nothing but trouble. Because guess what? Monster took money and was allowing certain shit on what is clearly other people's land by people that nobody trusted in the whole community and it was better than let on the shit. So I don't know, but that's between all them. But yeah, whatever. Carrying them.
Sue was saying again and again and again, the parents are not involved. The parents are not involved.
I actually never was like, oh, they're not involved. I said, I think Candace was, I don't think she did this. If you notice in my first videos, they were kind of skipped over that because people were asking in the early days, Dawn is Dawn. I have my thoughts about Dawn. And at first, I had my super doubts about Candace. And then those first days, even like the first night, I told her, I was like, man, don't kill her. I don't think she's, whatever. Because I was afraid he would. And honestly, he should have, and they didn't. It was weird. And the way he answered me and said, I know she didn't. Firmly, like, he knew. And the way he tilted his head and shit in the dark at night. It just, all things. So, but the more times went on and the more pieces and whispers and the things I know versus this place and all these things and the games Candace has played, and I've watched him playing since my introduction to this online fuckery and watching what they were doing while the rest of us were out there looking for summer. And doing real interviews and all these things and trying to be beneficial to searchers, I guess. It reeks. And once you see all that, you come to different conclusions. Yeah, because it's normal, even cops and cases work that way. It's like, wait a minute. So initially you think it's one thing and you gather these things and you realize these things and then you move on to realize, And so my thoughts have greatly changed on who, what, when, where, and ways. But all things sort of changed in ways. But yeah, Dawn's never been one I've super come out here and defended. Now, from bullshit, like when people are like, oh, he's lying about this, and I'm like, no, that's when he's actually telling the truth. I'm telling you, that's when, but here he is lying, but that type of shit, sure. But, no, I've never ever, and I don't think any of y'all ever heard me say that both parents and grannies say about they're innocent of anything, that they're whatever, that none of them had or knew anything. No. And the thing is, I will tell you though, right here, that just because certain things look certain ways, even to me, or things concern me, does not mean that they're responsible for doing it. And so, even still, with what I know and all the shit and all the things I've heard and been told and all these things to my face by all these people and agencies and all this shit for this long, I will keep all options on the fucking table unless the key or a piece or a whisper or something. And then I'm still gonna hand that over if it falls near me. If not, then at least maybe I can shake one loose and it goes to Ellie, whatever, but I'm not gonna call someone because to me there's still other possibilities, no matter how I feel. And I know some days especially in the past few months, I feel so strongly about certain things. It's harder for me to work fires and puzzles with sort of an unbiased stand. So I'm very cautious. I'm not putting on that here and be like, this one, this one, this one, this one, here's this, here's that. But yeah, no, I've never been out here been like, no. So once again, but she's got to make it sound a certain
Rose and Geordie Sue got on before Summer disappeared. We know in the early days of Summer's disappearance, Geordie Sue was saying again and again and again, the parents are not involved.
And she says we know in the early days, like the first days. Bitch, I wasn't here for months. And I wasn't saying over and over and over again, the parents had nothing to do with this. Leave Don and Candace alone. And, leave Grandis alone. I don't think they had anything to do with it. Yeah, no. I think all things are fucking possibilities, bro. So, no. And I don't think I've ever come out here and given fires or puzzles or anything like that. I won't do certain things or say certain things because it will eventually get others targeted, falsely destroyed, etc. I'm not going to be part of that. It is storming. Tie back the blinds. I'm an internet man. Oh, you never know, or the fucking power. I'm on the struggle bus. Like, I want the fresh air and the storm and the angle of fucking rain today. So anyway, I'm gonna carry on, I guess.
The parents are not involved. Summer is very much loved. And it's only as time.
Yeah, and then you get more pieces and you realize from your other neighbor's community that shit is not as it seems. And there's also things you're not going to say to the public, especially in the first days. And, I think even in their own way, like, or the online monster, its possessions, right? But I guess for them it passes as love. Um, the boys, I would still tell you that Candace loved them. Does that mean she's doing entirely right by, or maybe just the best she knew how, whatever? I don't know. You know, loved as much as they were able to, in their own ways, sure, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't also combined with other very dark things. Especially things you see here from place after you become aware of.
Has gone by that Jodie Sue has started to say all of these horrible things about what went.
Horrible things. Well, it's weird that when I say anything, even if I've said it a million times before, like I said, all the things Michelle and Chasing are trying to say is new. I've said these things a million times before. They're not new. They're not newly horrible. They're well known. You all know that to be true because, well, go back to Chris's interviews with even Allie and Hunter and the rest and all this and throughout and Marlene and everybody else in the community. See, so once again, you got these motherfuckers like Michelle chasing this group, targeting me over shit that is old. I've said a million times. Others, well, before us have said a million times. Police reports speak for themselves. Phone calls, you know, all these things, and the fact that none of the children remain in home speak to in a way, right? And you can clearly watch Dawn formulate fairy tales like around and them blaming the boys, and then I think I broke our relationship, whatever, irrevocably, and I choose that, whatever, and then it eventually becoming this fairy tale. Oh yeah, he came to me one night and said, it was like, it's okay, son, it's your fault. Yeah, okay. And you can watch them blame the children. I mean, you can watch, you know, and then the calling children in motels, motherfuckers, and also shit, playing the boogeyman game and all that crap lately. I mean, doesn't take a goddamn rocket scientist, folks. They're all horrible things, but there's nothing you all have not already heard a million times. And what Chasing and Michelle and the rest are doing with my oldest fuck words that they just chose 2 nights ago. Just suddenly be like, because it's more fun for them to attack the vulnerable than to care and to try to pretend to care about DV, especially when certain people have clips, all of them doing the exact opposite and helping abusers and not the victims, and using abusers against their survivors, victims, and children. And monsters are monsters, even tragedy pinpoints. Okay, I kind of just want to end this stuff so I'm playing the story. Y'all understand? They calls him. It's very distracting to my soul currently. It got me pulled out there. Anyway.
At the wells. I'm not saying that Jodie Sue is making this up. I'm not. But presumably,
Who in the fuck asked her, said that, or anything? Nobody. Nobody said that. But Michelle's like, now I'm not saying she's made it up. Meanwhile, she's pointing you to Chasing's video, and it's that Jody Sue neighbor, whatever, recalls disturbing memories and does the head shit, right? This is Michelle's way of also going along with that, because she knows, especially after listening to my video, like she admitted, of me hitting back at Chasing, that I took exception to Chasing and Jenny and Adrian trying to once again make it look like I was a liar, or that it was just a memory and all, even though that was not the case. I'd made that very clear. I even made it clear in my hit back video at Chasing yesterday. Remember me earlier telling you to keep it in mind that she said she watched and listened to both videos? That's why. She knew the fact that Chasing was trying to be like, oh, out of her head, just her memories, and oh. But yet, Michelle had listened to enough, and I'm telling you, within the first few minutes of my hit back video at Chasing, I made it clear it wasn't a fucking memory. That it was tangible shit. Physical shit. And that it had been turned into a leak. So clearly by this point, Michelle, while doing this and lying to thousands, knows that it was a tangible thing that was turned in. She knows that she can possibly and maybe gaslight, and mindfuck thousands too, but possibly gaslight me into certain shit, or to, because once again, here she is going, now I'm not saying she's making it up. Well, nobody asked the bitch this, because these are uploaded videos. This isn't a live, remember that, keep that in mind too. So nobody's mentioned this or brought it up. Michelle drops it in as a pebble to manipulate, to create a narrative, and to formulate shit. Right? She's targeting in a group effort for tragedy pimp bullshit. Listen again.
Jody Sue loved. And it's only as time has gone by that Jody Sue has started to say all of these horrible things about.
And that's not true. Everything I said, I'd said before. Others online had said. Even Donna and Candace had said. No, not as time went by. Michelle, and you know it. She also knows what she just said as well. Just like Chasing. They all know none of this is new.
What went on at the Wells. I'm not saying that Jody Sue is making this up. I'm not.
Huh. But you're dropping it in the pond by prefacing that with, as time's gone by, she's saying these suddenly horrible new things. They're not new things. They're not anything unknown. And then you're ending it with, now I'm not saying she's making it up. See how that form of manipulation works? I do. How the mind fucking of thousands begins? I do. I've watched it for 2 years.
But presumably, Jody Sue has this, I don't know, recovered memory or something.
Listen again.
Loved. And it's only as time has gone by that Jody Sue has started to say all of these horrible things about what went on at the Wells. I'm not saying that Jody Sue is making this up. I'm not. But presumably,
But, right, there's always a but.
Jodie Sue has this, I don't know, recovered memory or something.
But presumably, Jodie Sue has this recovered memory or something. Now, mind you, she knows it's not to be fact, because she has watched at least the first couple of my minutes of my vid. She knows that I've chewed Chasing's ass. And I've even told Chasing to fuck off with it. Coming to her memories ahead. No. And what came about was something tangible. And it was turned over. Right? Which is why it bothered me. Because I was like, holy shit. Memories, things that come to us too, they do bother as well. And things you don't think of. And the feds and all have told us, and specialized teams, that shit will come, it will go as well. So even if I did have a sudden fucking memory or an aha moment, that too is not unusual. You know, for real life people around real situations. So anyway, obviously Michelle's lying to you, because almost immediately in her video, you see she's watched Chasing, and she's told you that she's listened to my video hitting back at Chasing. So when she says, well, I'm not saying she's lying, but presumably she's it's a memory or something, she clearly knows it's not what it is. But in order to mind fuck thousands. And for her and Chasing and all this group to do what they're doing, well,
I don't know why she's saying all of this now. She said similar things before, but I haven't heard.
Oh, see, and there's your drop. Because really, if you go back in any of her videos that still are up that she's not hidden, you can find her literally playing my vids over here. That tell you that nothing I said the other night's new. And not just of me, but of Allie and the rest of the community. It's not new news. And it shouldn't strike anybody as weird that those of us here have feelings about certain shit sometimes. Or that things, you eventually line up, might be like, holy shit, and make you feel a certain way. So really all the tragedy pimping off of is my emotion to everything in it, and how you can't say anything because of them. And all that, it's really all they're doing. And they're also right now trying to trigger me into a response that will give them more of an idea of things, and I'm not going to do it. I'll speak when and where, and I'll put out when and where I fucking feel like, quite frankly. And that will always remain so. Despite their tragedy pimping, manipulation, gaslighting, it's sick. So anyway, and what they do to all these thousands of people. And that's on purpose too, that way people go to them for this tragedy pimp bullshit, and not. That creates insanity based on our own double-edged sword, but it creates absolute insanity. Because that's what they're here for. They're not here for anything but themselves and the absolute annihilation of communities, law enforcement cases, victims, survivors, fighters, to benefit them. Okay? They don't give a good goddamn about any of these children they hashtag and shit. None of these domestic violence survivors, fighters. Not the murdered, not the missing. They create victims here. And they psychologically and emotionally abuse the shit out of them. They gaslight these same techniques abusers do. It's disgusting. So anyway, carry on.
This particular tale, and if I don't know, recovered memory or something. I don't know why she's saying all of this now. She said similar things before, but I haven't heard this particular tale.
She said similar things before. She says things, right? Because Michelle's fully aware that this is not news. None of it. Nothing I said was new. And then she makes sure, though, at the end to call it a tale. Listen to that fully. And listen to the mind fuck and the pebble drop. Listen to it.
Loved. And it's only as time has gone by that Jodie Sue has started to say all of these horrible things about what went on at the Wells. I'm not saying that Jodie Sue is making this up. I'm not. But presumably, Jodie Sue has this, I don't know, recovered memory or something. I don't know why she's saying all of this now. She said similar things before, but I haven't heard this particular tale. And if it's a new recovered memory, then that'll be why. So the kid...
This tale. And then if it's a new recovered memory, though you know Michelle's lying because her own admittance of watching the goddamn live where I was hitting back at Jason. She knew it wasn't a recovered memory. Michelle is a lying fucking twat waffle in the UK trying to make barks for bones. Instead of using all them handy dandy fucking degrees and knowledge she has to sit in office, maybe one day we can make far more than YouTube and be super sensitive about our view counts and such. And we'll go back, watch my video, didn't get enough likes. Yeah, that's really what real professionals online really using their degrees really goddamn do. Sure. Uh-huh. And so you don't have to be much of a detective or to have lived around monsters your whole life of all kinds of varieties to see. I mean, these people think they're pretty slick about what the fuck they do. They're really not, if you can see it, hear it, whatever. But even just rewatching their videos a couple times, since they're so short and you're able to do that with 5, 6, 7 minute clips, it doesn't take long to realize, wait a minute, that doesn't add up. Michelle has watched both videos. Jodie Sue clearly stated it wasn't a memory in the first few minutes. Then Michelle should know it's not a recovered memory, so why is she here lying? Wait, hold on. She says she couldn't find Jodie Sue's lives, or just they've been super long lately. Well, if you've been around, you know they've actually been getting shorter lately. You can scan down and see that it's fact. For yourself, see. Be a detective. Be a Scooby-Doo on your own. Watch how these people are manipulating you and lying to you. And then ask yourselves why. But it doesn't take much of a genius to go back and see what you can find in Michelle's, her own content, her own titles. Show that these things are not new. That were said by me the other night. And have been said by many around Summer in her case, including Dawn and Candace themselves. Right? Not new. Me talking about Anna was not new. Dawn herself has said it. Right? See how this fucking works? So ask yourselves today, why Chasing did the shit yesterday, why Michelle's doing this today. But you can literally pick out so many things that don't make sense, including her time zone and why she couldn't watch, why, she couldn't take time to find this, that, and the other, but clearly she could for other things, and why she chose to link. Wait. I just let you listen to the rest of this fuckery. Keep some of this in.
Kids are coming back beaten. Well, did the school not notice? Obviously, Summer hadn't gone to school yet, but the boys were going to school. The eldest boy was 12 at the time.
Now, that's how much of a detective Michelle is, by the way. Listen to that.
Well, did the school not notice? Obviously, Summer hadn't gone to school yet, but the boys were going to school. Why is she saying all of this now? She said similar things before, but I haven't heard this particular tale. And if it's a new cover memory, then that'll be why. So the kids are coming back beaten. Well, did the school not notice? Obviously, Summer hadn't gone to school yet, but the boys were going to school. The eldest.
So earlier what's concerning is that, and chasing, is that all the children at these certain ages, same age as Summer, who clearly was not going to school yet. Aha, super detective. Well, would the school not notice? I don't know. Would they? Or have y'all been handed any of, I don't know, any of the school shit to show if they were out in attendance or any of that? No, I'm bet not. So, like I said, tragedy pimps are gonna tragedy pimp, right? But that's how stupid they are. Michelle and Jason are like, well, people at school, they would have known, right? They would have seen and whatever, and, but obviously Summer was not in school yet. Kids were being taken at certain times, whatever, but even if one of these children had bruises, like Allie and them, you remember them saying all the people around? And even I seen things times, but it was told, well, it's where they failed, it's where they're roughhousing with each other. Well, how do you prove different? You don't. And you can't. Especially when you have two people that probably making sure kids don't say anything either. And those kids were exceptionally rough with one another and played like hell with one another. So, but either way, you know, wouldn't really matter either way, but these people don't hold all the pieces. They've not been given all these things. They don't know, but it's pretty stupid. This is how Scooby-Doo they are. Go, wait a minute, all the children the same ages are being taken places. Summer wasn't going to school yet, but wouldn't the school have noticed on the other children at the same age as predating school age? Oh, see, Scooby-Doo and her fucking dogs are stupid as fuck. So is Chasing and the rest. They're all idiots. Carry on.
Boy was 12 at the time Summer disappeared, so this thing has been going on for at least 7 years, and each of the children have been taken to these dope houses and come back beaten up. And Candice knew about it, Grandma knew about it, and Monster, Andy Bernard, knew about it, according to Geordie Sue, and other members of the community knew about it. But nobody said anything.
Yeah, they have out here in the open, you dumbass. Allie, but how many? How many are in Kansas City? You know how many have spoken out around here locally since Summer vanished? They're like, oh shit. Seen, heard, witnessed. I mean, and I have, the monster thing is also not new. How long have I been saying that monster new? And in the last few days, you used it as a form of abuse against Ian Little and trauma, and it was like, oh, I've known they've been doing whatever to the kids, or blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I just didn't tell you because I knew you'd stir shit. Yeah, you bet I fucking would have, bro. And he knew that I had been looking for anything tangible, proclaiming he cared. But yeah, he kept it quiet. He knew they were being mean to the children. And the last few days we were around one another, he finally was like, fuck you, bitch, I know, blah, blah. I've said that forever. Also not new news. Anything else they want to make like it's a new thing? I'm sure.
Nobody called the cops. Nobody was prepared to be a snitch.
Actually, many in the community did. You remember Allie, all the rest. All the DCS visits and reports throughout the years, Michelle, you line to 7,006. Well, 7,600 people today. So far. Remember, all of the community members here who have went online and said that they did call, they did make calls, they did report, wasn't nothing that could be proven or done. Remember that? Pepperidge Farm and the internet, remember that. And there's proof of all the, I mean, hell, y'all have phone calls here for domestic incidents. You have proof that DCS was out there many fucking times over the years. Everybody here in the community that's been online has told you so. None of that's news. So yeah, people were calling. People were doing. It's just that certain rights and things have to be abided by. You know they're going to come and go, get stupid at a point, and it's like, man, okay, what do? You keep searching for something tangible as you watch them come back and forth. You listen to Candace bitch about DCS coming again, and you're like, well, then I guess just, if I can tell them to leave or something, but I guess they always actually cooperate, whatever, but, you know, you can't prove shit unless there's certain things in place. They just can't come in and be like, hey, right? There are rules and laws that these agencies do have to abide by. And being told something by an anonymous caller ain't enough, right? And unless they can prove something, they can't do it. So, see how it works? But yeah, y'all have the evidence out here in the public this whole time that people have called it, even on the last children, all these other things. So to say that, why didn't somebody or in the community report, or why didn't people do it? You're lying again, Michelle. The whole internet knows that people did.
Even though there are children being abused. Now, it reminds me of the time that Geordie Sue said that Andy was supplying drugs to 110.
And if anybody doesn't find really weird that Michelle is getting ready to play this shit after the mention of Monster now, alright? That Chasing made so fucking famous with her purse twisting, narrative driving, tail spinning shit on purpose that they continue to try to use. And that she's going to do so targeted at me instead of Monster, where it should firmly belong. It shouldn't surprise anybody, and it shouldn't be oblivious to anyone on what Michelle's participating in and for whom and why. But that she mentions Monster first a second ago and then does this
so that they could sedate the children so that the little girls could be touched. Do you want me to remind you? Even though there are other members of the community knew about it, but nobody said anything. Monster, Andy Bernard, 7 years, and each of the children have been taken to these dope houses and come back beaten up. And Candice knew about it, Grandma knew about it, and Monster, Andy Bernard, knew about it, according to Geordie Sue, and other members of the community knew about it. But nobody said anything. Nobody called the cops. Nobody was prepared.
Michelle's line.
To be a snitch, even though there are children being abused. Now, it reminds me of the time that Geordie Sue said that Andy was supplying drugs.
What reminds her of that? What reminds her of that? Because, like she said, I've said it before, that, listen.
And come back beaten up. Well, did the school not notice? Obviously, Summer hadn't gone to school yet, but the boys were going to school. The eldest boy was 12 at the time Summer disappeared, so this thing has been going on for at least 7 years, and each of the children have been taken to these dope houses and come back beaten up. And Candice knew about it, Grandma knew about it, and Monster, Andy Bernard, knew about it, according to Geordie Sue, and other members of the community knew about it. But nobody said anything. Nobody called the cops.
Now, I have forever said that Monster knew it was a form of abuse. The last few days said exactly what I did a minute ago. This is not new news either. But that she does this.
Nobody was prepared to be a snitch, even though there are children being abused. Now, it reminds me of the time that Jodie Sue said that Andy was supplying drugs to 110 so that they could sedate the children so that the little girls could be touched. Do you want me to?
She's saying that I said he was supplying them there so that the little ones could be touched. Same shit chasing rain with, right? Now hold on, she's going to play a clip that she apparently had time to go find. Unlike a video from 2 days of mine. Right? Weird that. Alright, carry on.
To remind you of that clip, it's another pretty disturbing one.
Y'all look over there and ask why exactly it is he was selling drugs to the children at 110. Why he was potentially causing little girls over there to be sedated and to be touched with the shit he was selling over there. So ask. I'm not standing in front of him anymore. And I found about a few days before all the shit went down. I'm not kidding, dude. And I got the fucking receipts on it. I'm sure law enforcement does as well.
Now, when Jodie Sue...
Now, the thing about that is, listen again to my words. Selling things over there. Listen.
Ask could sedate the children so that nobody called...
Versus what Michelle says and what Chasing has said and all this. And that fuck around and find out live still up. And you can go see for yourself. And if you care, you can go in the chat because TM and all jumped in there and were like, I need clarification. Bitch, it was clear to begin with, but then they come over with their stupid shit to run tragedy pimp on it. And I made sure in extreme detail to clarify what I meant. It's been there. But anyway, listen to the difference between what Michelle says and what I say.
Cops, 7 years, and each of the children have been taken to these doorhouses and come back beaten up. And Candice knew about it, Grandma knew about it, and Monster, Andy Bernard, knew about it, according to Jodie Sue, and other members of the community knew about it. But nobody said anything. Nobody called the cops. Nobody was prepared to be a snitch, even though there are children being abused. Now, it reminds me of the time that Jodie Sue said that Andy was supplying drugs to 110 so that they could sedate the children so that the little girls could be touched. Do you want me to remind you of that clip?
She makes it sound like what I said about him was that he was supplying on purpose over there so that, for fact, little girls could be touched. And that he was aware. Nope. Listen to what I say. And that's what Chasing has done to this. And to Yemen. Listen.
Clip. It's another pretty disturbing one.
Y'all look over there and ask why exactly it is he was selling drugs to the children at 110. Why he was potentially causing little girls over there to be sedated and to be touched with the shit he was selling over there. So ask. No.
Yeah. Potentially. As in he would have had really no knowledge. Right? But that what he was providing them over there could have been used for without his knowledge or awareness. Right? But there are certain things I will leave out of that, but potentially. Because there were all kinds of little ones coming and going and shit like that, and then you find out about these things as shit's coming down in the last stage, and you're like, holy shit. And you have these other concerns. But I never said that he was purposefully, like, and knowingly, like, providing so that they could be. Or that they had been. And, but what Michelle and Chasing and the rest want you to believe is that I outright said all these children were being touched. They were definitely being sedated. And by the way, weed for little ones and for anybody, weed has a sedative effect. Now, what the fuck else, like I've always said, them dipshits were up to between one another, and I have my ideas these days, since more shit's coming to place and play and been said and found out. I can only imagine. But with the situations over there, it's a concern. It's a problem for me. And Monster does have a history throughout the years of providing to underage and otherwise. And, you can only ask, beg, plead with motherfuckers so many eons. But either way, I never said he knowingly, was provided for that exact purpose. That's what Chasing Michelle arrest when you believe. Even weed would have a sedative effect on little ones. And it is, by the way, Dawn and them have come out, right? And Dudley and everybody else, long before I was ever public, and said that the kids were smoking weed with Dawn. And the reason why was to calm them the fuck down. And to get them to go to sleep and do this and the other. So guess what? Sedation. Sedative effect. Yeah. Oh my god, it's new news though when Jody Sue says something, but she used the big boy words. My god. So once again, not as disturbing, whatever, right? Give me a break. It's bothersome, it bothers me, but, and it's always a thought, I guess, but you already had Don himself by that point, and Dudley and everybody, whatever, talking about Don and him using with the children to get him to calm down, to sleep, to have a sedative effect. Not new news. And that was long before I was public. Allie, Hunter, the rest, whoever the fuck, Jose, I don't know. There's been a million crossthroughs say the same thing. But what do they always go back to? What's Chasing's claim to fame? What do they try to emit? Same stupid shit that others way before me had already said, including Dawn and Candace, and admitted to. Right. And then, of course, if you notice, this is really to be like, well, when she wants to hit it, Monster, because of DV. Now, remember 2 days ago or so, they gave a shit about black eyes on women. On Candace. Smiling them, they were hella concerned. They wanted to get her help. But then what they did with me is, oh, well, it must be poor Monster. So, Jenny, Adrian, Chasing, Tragedy Pimp Off here, including Michelle, need it to seem like the survivor once again, because they know that's also a trigger. What Michelle and them do is sick as fuck. And they need Monster. They need him to be accessing, cooperative, etc., to stay in our lives the way he and Stahl are, and to keep funneling out info, and to keep stalking all the bullshit up, and paying back, and whatever, right? Maybe needed. They also want to continue to have access to that fucking property and otherwise. So it is of greater importance to them to keep an abuser around that still firmly has us, right? And to make me look like something I'm not, and to make sure everything's cleansed for a fucking woman and child and animal abuser who runs the gamut from everything to emotional, mental, psychological, medical, and sexual abuse of me and otherwise, and is a danger to the public. They would rather cleanse the palate for that and make it look like I am whatever than to do anything about an actual abuser or monster. Right? So anyway, carrying on.
Standing in front of him anymore. And I found about a few days before all the shit went down. I'm not kidding, dude. And I got fucking receipts on it. And I'm sure law enforcement does as well.
Now, when Jody Sue said that and
yeah, y'all caused chaos with it and inundation of and all kinds of shit. Yeah, I remember y'all fucked shit up too with all this fuck shit. It's fine.
he was selling drugs to the children at 110 so that little girls could be.
And now, really, all you gotta do is go back to Chris's interview, though. Hunter's got several people all mixed up. Shit, that was in the first few days after Summer Bench. They're like, who's Andy? But yeah, when I say it must just be, now the abuser's the good guy and Jody sees the bad guy.
He's sedated and touched. And that she wasn't standing in front of him anymore. You know, she wasn't defending him anymore or whatever. And she found out about this a few days before it all happened. She said that when she was mad that Andy was on a live stream. I don't know whether he was on someone else's channel or he was on his own channel, but he was like,
oh, good. Advertise for that. But she said that when she was mad. So, given the drop in the pond, that I must have been mad, yes, and that's new news, too, that, you know, that he knew about the abuse, but I did not. That is, I've said it a million times. Not new news, didn't just come out of my mouth 2 days ago because I was mad. I was actually crying and pretty upset. Had nothing to do with Monster either. But drop it in the pond and kick that pebble off, and boy, it keeps an abuser of the worst variety cleansed. Let y'all continue to have contact and excuse it, and to further abuse us, and to gaslight, try to target, pull out. I mean, you think Michelle could take more high notes here? My voice, the crazy making type of shit. Oh well, and then the liar thing, and then the abuser. Is there any other high notes Michelle would like to hit today? I don't know. I don't think she's quite got them all yet. Oh, and she introduced the word snitch in there too. Yeah, I think she hit all the high notes. I like 5 of them. Right? Oh, actually, she's missing. Right, she's missing the Jody Sue, supposedly according to the abuser, and the abuser's tiny new abusive helper. That Jody Sue supposedly told her little to XYZ, while Tragic Pimp Crew that Michelle and Chasing and Jenny and Adrian all playing targeted her child falsely, lied about, etc. for, you guessed it, phones and cash apps. You missed one, Michelle, today. Drop a few more pebbles, kick them in. See what you can gaslit on. It's gonna be a whole lot of nothing. Anyway, carrying on.
And people were firing questions at him, and Jody Sue was pissed. She kind of walked it back a little bit more.
No, the term walking it back a little bit is incorrect, because I was very clear and concise prior to what you all take as clip version on what he was saying that I knew about, and then I didn't know otherwise what he was getting up to with him. Alright? And then TM come in, and I gave her exact, clear, concise info. And then you remember when Chasing him up on TM's? TM was like, no, Chasing, we've got this settled. Jody Sue clarified it in extreme detail. It's fine. It's not what you think. No, Chasing, what you're saying is wrong. But then Chasing overtook it, and then the narrative still fucking exists. You remember that? Pepperidge Farm remembers that. Go down in the fucking video yourself and watch this shit show take place. That they still offer out. It's fucking garbage, just like Chasing doing that with this one. It's what Chasing does here, guys. And her and Jenny and Adrian, this group, it's just a thing. And where it concerns me, it's a repetitive thing. And they'll act like everything's new news or shocking and whatever, and it's not. It's been said by a million people before me. It's been said by me a million times when it's suits, though. Chasing, the rest will get up and be like, oh, and they'll drop hot words like concerning, horrible, and new, and lying. Monster. Well, Jody Sue wink, wink. It's what they do, dude. Every fucking time. every fucking night.
Recently, but she's never denied what she said, as far as I've ever heard. But
yeah, I've never denied what I actually said. I've fought back against what you bitches make people think I said and implied it meant. I fought back against that. I fought back against Chasing doing exactly what she did yesterday. Several times in this shit. I've fought back against Tragedy Pimps and their bullshit for 2 years. Sure as fuck have. But I've never denied what I said. In context, with clarification, I've never denied that because it's the fucking truth. And because it's the way I feel about what things could have been. Everybody's entitled. Especially those here on the ground. Be a little fucking concerned. And a little pissed. And a little fuck a goddamn abuser being brought out to abuse me on purpose. And everybody cleansing the path for this fucking monsters doing all these goddamn monstrous things. To my children, others, fucking community, has everybody fucking fooled that goddamn cornbread mash just like its parents do, even though there's paperwork. For decades, including the monster, they're abusers of children. He's a fucking abuser. Showing all the proof. Like, Jesus Christ, give me a break. It ain't poor little fucking monster abuser. Is what it is. And yet, do you see anybody still to this day going to be like, hey, bro. No, it was easy baby steps. It still is. And hand holders and people to cry, just like they do Candace and Dawn. There's always a hand holder there where they make sure somebody's up with them or in the chat to direct it away from anything or to cleanse the chat away from undesirable shit being asked. But it's, well, did you do that? And they'll be like, no. And it's as simple as that and forever let go. Because they want it to be so. With me, I'll get hammered for fucking 3 years for anything. Even if it, now, if y'all can make it make sense, why they're not asking Monster and they keep asking me this shit. Even after Hunter was like, yeah, Andy. And everybody, the whole world was like, who's Andy? Even though he had several mixed up and mingled together. As far as dealers wise, the thing is, then why is it Monster not answering? Why is it always targeted at me? I don't know why, because I need to keep Monster as the innocent little cornbread victim. Even though, obviously, y'all can see that's not true. And they want to continue to do that because they know that Monster and Stall can help them target us in real life through court, paperwork, etc. And we'll work with them for money to do so. And to torment Little and to try to get access to her. And the actual information shit that they want, and also the crap to sell it off for more cash apps. They do it because they can keep access to 125 if they keep nicey nice. The same reason they try to stay ensconced and around certain members around me's lives too, so they can try to siphon off people. And you know, otherwise they would blackmail them too, like Shane on threat. Yeah, it's what they're doing. This is how real life they've gone, and they know that Monster and Stall also are inserted on purpose. And like always, throughout the entire life with Monster, same thing. I get lines kept on us, and in a box where I'm known where to be at all times, and he always has information flow. And I'm trapped, and with Tragedy Pimps on top of it, we're pretty well there, but do they care? No. Well, shoot 'em. I don't know about all that. I've heard stuff here and there, but, well, whatever. Teach his own. I've heard her do that. It's like, did you notice in this too? Wait, it gets worse, but Michelle will cleanse for Dawn, just the same way with what Chasing was doing yesterday was a cleanse for Dawn. and Candace and whatever, so they can keep access to them and the properties and all that shit too. Her, Jenny, Adrian, as they go there and lie again about screams and recreating, which you can't help with. And the proof was already here that they were fucking lying before they come back lying about that. I can show any day of the week. When they say, oh, it's a lie, it can't be heard this there, I can show instantly that they're fucking liars. Chasing does point. It's her least favorite thing around here. But anyway, so Michelle here. We'll just carry on.
This thing about Dawn taking the children to dope houses, what's inspired, but she's never denied what she said, as far as I've ever heard. But this thing about Dawn taking the children to dope houses, what's inspired that? Why has that come out right now?
It didn't just come out right now, Michelle. Enhanced, anybody else that's listened for this long? Is that new? Is that the first time I said it? Absolutely fucking. It's not the first time it's been said by anyone, even by me. So anyway, but here she is lying to 7,600 people now. That it's new information. Like Mudpie can vouch. It's not the first time I've said he was taking those kids back and forth to dope houses. It's not the first time anybody's said it. So anyway, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was like the millionth time I said it. But Michelle needs her audience to believe that.
But this thing about Dawn taking the children to dope houses, what's inspired that? Why has that come out right now? Is it genuinely this new recovered memory, or is there something else behind?
And there she goes with it. Is it genuinely a newly recovered memory? Or is it something else? For starters, it's not new. Secondly, you've got her clearly knowing, and you can clearly call her a fucking liar outright, because she says she's watched Chasings, and she fell asleep watching mine. She knows it's not a memory. She knows it's not a newly recovered memory that I found or turned in. But she needs people to believe that. She knew by watching my life yesterday that it was a tangible piece. But that the news about the dope houses and the children was not new. It was not new information in the least. And didn't she just say up there somewhere that she said some of these things before? Yeah, I believe she did. All you gotta do is watch these things and dissect them in 70 minutes. Do it twice. You're like, wait a minute, that don't add up. Michelle clearly knew before making this video it wasn't a memory that just popped up in.
Yeah. Now, she did mention that it was Candice's face, so Candice having a bruise on her face. And perhaps it's that that's triggered it and made.
Oh, perhaps the bruise on Candace's face has triggered the other abuse victim that we use her abuser for and cleanse for, right, Michelle? No, it really wasn't that either. It's just that I knew that there was potential there in a few days period where I could actually do something if I could speak freely. But I couldn't because of you all. And, well, proof's in the pudding, isn't it, bitches? Because I can't even say shit I said a million times before. Allie, Hunter, everybody else has said a million times before that. You motherfucking tragedy pimp cunts. Be like, oh, shocking, horrible, new news, oh my god, breaking this. Right? And inundating again, and taking time away from it. All because I had some emotion with it, and being tormented not only by all these things in real life to us, and the pieces we do hold, and we do know, and that we do actually remember sometimes, or that we do find tangible evidence of, we can turn into one. And law enforcement even says memories and things coming and going would not be unknown. And there are certain things I and they are still waiting on to drop down from some of us. Like There are things I know that I'd love to cloud my brain. I've asked for help doing so. I don't know. But they just say to wait. It'll come eventually. But it's not unknown if you know crime psychology, the way shit works. But either way, this wasn't a memory. Michelle clearly knew this, but yet she needed to offer it out that way, much like Chasing did.
Be. But she also mentioned that Don talked about hammers and Summer being beaten in the face. And Chasing Truth did find the clip from Smiley's channel where he talked about a hammer. And this was from February. So I'll play you this clip here. And this is from Smiley's channel.
I want my baby home. I would do.
Oh, now Michelle, she couldn't go back in the video. Chasing had told her 2 days ago. And look for the clips. No. But she could go all through Chasing's. She could go on Chasing's channel, find the clip of Smiley and Don talking where he says this one time here, but he's said and implied and done whatever for a long time around here about head injuries, different types of weapon, also shit around all the children and their head and faces, and how he seems to be obsessed with that thought. But anyway, Michelle could go hunt this down. She had time for all that.
Thing, but in the end, you know what?
It's about a hammer. And this was from February. So I'll play you this clip here. And this is from Smiley's channel.
I want my baby home. I would do anything, but in the end, you know what? In the end, she might be dead. They might have killed her. They might have molested her. They might have raped her. They might have killed her. They might have hit her in the head with a fucking hammer for all I fucking know.
Don was proper mad. He was swearing, he was cussing.
Now, does that sound like Don was proper mad? He was cussing. He was. Oh, he's raising it. Does that sound even remotely like Don super upset, y'all? Y'all have heard Don being like, I'm losing his shit here online. Think about that for a second. Alright, so I'm back. Alright.
About a hammer, and this was from February, so I'll play you this clip here, and this is from Smiley's channel.
I want my baby home. I would do anything, but in the end, you know what? In the end, she might be dead. They might have killed her. They might have molested her. They might have raped her. They might have killed her. They might have hit her in the head with a fucking hammer ball. I fucking know.
Don was proper mad. He was swearing, he was cussing, he was using the N-word throughout that live stream, and he was proper triggered. Proper triggered. It's this kind of thing that Don says that I think is in some ways brutally honest. Look, I've been criticised for saying that Don is brutally honest, but this is the kind of thing.
Wow. Look at him, he's proper triggered, he's proper mad. Even during that piece of Smiley, if y'all remember it, and you can go find it, just go over to Smiley's, put it in Don Mills. It'll come up, and I honestly think it was on the 15th of February. So anyway, the thing is, that's not proper, man. Y'all have seen Don beat Candace down on like all kinds of shit. You've heard him screaming, yelling. Some of these credits, you've heard it, right? That ain't proper mad or proper triggered for Don, even though he was using the N-word here and there. We all know this. Okay? But you see what she's doing? You hear what she's doing? She's excusing Don's behavior and him saying that. Which, fine, if it had been once, twice, but Don has a habit of saying shit like this. From before Summer vanished. And the first night she vanished. And for 2 goddamn years. And concentrating on head injuries to those children. You'd think Miss Psychological whatever the fuck degree over in the UK, who can't seem to use that degree but instead uses YouTube, would understand maybe how that might be a thing. But what she's doing instead is excusing Don's behavior's use of it. And even first this, I told you myself, and it's not the first time I've said it, not the last. I know other people were upset. I think he was at a church interview one time he said some shit. I was like, look, and at first I did try to excuse it myself. I was like, well, they're more base, they're more mud, they're more down to earth, they're fucking them, bro. Maybe because he's a predator, he just says things, so I can get it from that aspect. But when you come to find out that he's concentrating on these things, before Summer even vanishes, and he's telling shit like he did to Dudley, just days before she vanishes. And at these other pieces and things, it becomes hella concerning when someone has a pattern. Don didn't just come out here and say, well, she's dead. He doesn't say who knows what horrible things. It's always, no matter what's really included, he always, for the most part, includes some sort of head injury or that she's beaten to death. There are a lot of manners of death. Right? Either way, I find it weird. Maybe it's just them. I don't care. Concerns me. Right? Either way, I don't know if in that one with Smiley he used it or not. Hell, at that time he uses them everywhere else though. But either way, that was not Don being right and properly pissed. What this is though is Michelle clinging for Don because chasing the rest of the tragedy pimps right now. If you've noticed the room movements the past few days, first they doubted CZI, and even the community were like, wait a minute, it took a few days to develop, which is not unknown or unheard of. Or maybe Don did hit her twice, who the fuck knows? Or maybe Don didn't hit her at all, who the fuck knows? Either way, but their thing in the past 2 or 3 days is doing to Candace what they do to everybody, especially if you're a DV survivor. Right now, the tragedy pit barrel scraping is revolving around Candace is being kicked off the hill, ha ha, and Prayer Garden over going, well, I wish it was me that Dawn had beaten. And everybody's like, oh, that bitch had to leave Lane. Now tell us where the fuck Summer is, right? They have to make it cleansed for Dawn in order to make you hit out at Candace like they did with our abuse. And like they still do. And right now, that's where they've been at the past few days is, and especially as they've not gotten the whole story yet, all the details they want about where, when, why, what Candace, and what went down on the hill, and what the, all the parts yet. So right now, though, it's good that they can do the hate and the pitchforks and whatever, and it's, oh, look at this bitch, she's probably killed her baby, and whatever, she deserves that fucking black eye, and they need to make it to where Dawn is, well, he's right pissed, and he was triggered, and the baby girl he misses so much, and that stupid bitch over he's beating on won't tell. See how that works. They're also trying to draw Dawn back out in front in the open. They're also trying to set both up, ironically, weirdly enough. Well, they all play together in the back. It's pretty bizarre, but it is what they do. Right? But yeah, she makes excuses for Dawn saying and it not putting together the whole thing, which is that it's a pattern. Super detectives.
Using the N-word throughout that live stream, and he was proper triggered. It's this kind of thing that Don says that I think is in some ways brutally honest. Look, I've been criticised for saying that Don is brutally honest, but this is the kind of thing that I'm thinking about, I'm talking about. That when Don has something on his mind, he just says it. Now, I couldn't say that about a child of...
So what? When Don says something just comes to his mind, he's excused. Much like monsters to all the rest of the people. Boy, if they ever say something and it just blurts out. If it just comes to them and they just say it because, well, it's them being brutal. It's fine, y'all. Look away. It's okay. What they say is not horrible. It's not shocking. It's not new news. Even if it is new news. Or it might make a difference. So then why the difference in treatment? Oh, that's right. Because they're tragedy pimps. That's why. But, the thing is I said nothing new the other night. But here we are, once again.
Mine, if she was missing. I just couldn't.
I mean, the whole damn video the other night was literally about me saying I couldn't say anything new because of what they do. And they still did this with this whole fucking thing. I couldn't say anything because. And they're still making it seem like something new was said. But Dawn's excuse, he just blurts shit out. It's fun. It's fine. Nobody called. Nobody doing. He's brutally honest when he blurts. Right.
But I might think it. But if Don thinks it, he says it, right? So I don't necessarily equate what he says about Summer to what happened to Summer. However, it could absolutely be that Don knows or suspects that Summer ended up in a dope house. He's always said she was kidnapped. He's talked about her being in a dungeon numerous times. He's talked about dungeons and being locked in a basement. He told the world this on WJHL.
Oh, she can remember what people have said now suddenly. Boy doesn't have a chasing untruth feel to it. Wow. And I said the exact same thing in my video she went to sleep to yesterday. Anyway, carrying on.
On the 28th of June, 2021. This has been...
Goddamn, she can even remember dates now suddenly. Holy shit. Miracles. Must be a miracle.
On his mind for the longest time, for the whole time that Summer's been missing. And he's never wavered from that. He's always said she was abducted. You know, you can start piecing things together. Don saying that he knew Summer was going to get gone. He knew Summer's time was short. His time with Summer was short. There's all these things, and Candice having the wrong friends that you can put together.
And see, she's putting it, well, he's always certain it was Dope House's Cesarion, and then there it is at the end of the taper. Candace and her bad friends. Couldn't be Don and his cocaine friends or him traveling in and out with the kid. No, y'all get back in line. We need you to think, that if Summer was abducted, because Dawn said it consistently, then Candace and her bad friends. Y'all stay in line this week, because Candace has got that black eye and she's deserved it. We've not figured out all the things to tragedy pimp on yet around what may or may not have taken place on 110 with the black eye situation and law enforcement allegedly supposedly. No, get back in line. Candace and her bad friends. Candace and her bad friends. See how this works.
And you can think, is there something here? We know Don's got experience of going to dope houses. There was that story he told Doug, No Thanks Investigates, a while ago. I did a live stream on it.
Oh, and don't forget when BK and all them were up there, allegedly, supposedly Don took off to one and came back after weird sexual proclivities and keeping people's panties that him and Cam found and then hid. I don't know. Candace and her bad friends. Her dope people. Candace and her bad friends. Her dope people. Stay in line, folks.
Where he was saying there was this girl and he had to take her home, and he was white knighting all of this situation. And then the TBI thought that he'd sold his daughter for drugs, and the TBI followed him one day and he gave away $2,000 worth of cocaine to prove to the TBI. And each of these things seem quite unbelievable, but yet stuff like this happens. Stuff like this happens all over the world in every community. Children are trafficked, sometimes by their parents, sometimes after being abducted. It's a horrible, horrible world we live in. But my question is, Jody Sue, if you don't want people...
And here she goes. Again, with the chastise. And the bullshit. Lead in, lead out, same thing. Listen.
To talk about either parents, sometimes after being abducted. It's a horrible, horrible world we live in. But my question is, Jody Sue, if you don't want people to talk about this, why are you talking about it? Why not just keep it between you and law enforcement? If you don't want the
make it make sense, y'all. It's something I've said. Nothing I said was new. Therefore, nothing I said the other day should have elicited this shit from you, Chasing, and the rest who are doing it on purpose. None of these things like Don, dope houses, his bad friends, abuse, etc. are new news. So why at the end and beginning of this video are you acting still like it is? And that even though we are our own double-edged swords, that what you and Chasing have done and are doing is not the problem. The majority of it you, the Jennies, the Adrians, the Chasings, BKs, TMs, etc., the Johns, the Lindas, the fucking Lips, the fucking Shays and CZs and all that. Like, seriously? Have you met you people? I mean, obviously you watch the Tragedy Pimps, Michelle, for your content. It's what you all choose to do with shit that's old as fuck and everybody's said a million times. Then offer out to your audience that, well, Jody Sue, if you just shut the fuck up, then this wouldn't happen. Nothing should have happened with shit that was old as fuck news. The entire goddamn video was actually me saying nobody could tell you all or say anything new because of exactly this garbage. So it's not that I have a problem with people talking about shit. It's what they do with our words, Michelle. Just like I said in that video, and I've said a million times before. It's what you, Chasing, the rest do with our words. How irresponsible you are, how you do it on purpose for milk bones and treats and cash apps, and you destroy real lives on the real ground with your twisting, turning, narrative, soap opera, garbage shit that destroys. Doesn't help with your fucking lies, which any person out here can go back and rewind through your video and go, wait a minute, that math's on it. Why did Michelle just lie to us? That doesn't make sense. Huh? See? So why do you do this? You tell me. Because I'm just saying the same shit I've said a million times. Because like I said in that video, nobody can tell you all anything new. Nobody can put anything new out here that might actually help shake things or drop a key somewhere else or anything else. Because of you fuckfaces and what you do. You might want to go back to 2 days ago and actually watch that live stream. Maybe sit down with a handy dandy notebook. Take some fucking notes, bitch. So anyway, carrying on.
Person who's responsible for the disappearance of someone to get away with it, then why talk about it online? Is it going to inspire the person?
Now, I never said, like, because I never gave. What I said I couldn't, right? Because of what they would do, which is exactly what they're doing. I never put that out. Still have not. But, so this right here tells you.
Want people to talk about this. Why are you talking about it? Why not just keep it between you and law enforcement? If you don't want the person who's responsible for the disappearance of someone to get away with it, then why talk about it online?
For starters, I didn't. Secondly, those were two entirely separate issues. Right? And that shows you she did listen to more than what Jason played. Well, no, Chasing did have it been there. But two entirely separate things. It was me, like, literally, I don't want whoever has done this to get away with it. That could mean a great many as to what any of us could say that might be detrimental, right? And so I'm very cautious in what I say, or try to be. I try to stay within certain bounds, at least common sense wise. But it was a separate issue then. Not being able to speak or do anything that could help shake loose shit. Because of what these cunts got to it. So anyway, entirely separate things. But anyway, some I've also said a million times. Not new news.
Is it going to inspire the person? Want people to talk about this? Why are you talking about it? Why not just keep it between you and law enforcement? If you don't want the person who's responsible for the disappearance of someone to get away with it, then why talk about it online? Is it going to inspire?
I didn't talk about it online. I didn't give the pieces there, no. None of that shit, and that wouldn't have anything to. Those would not correlate anyway. But Michelle, chasing TMBK, the rest, Cam, certainly. All those who have been here far longer than I have been since Summer's Alert had been released, as they were inserting into our lives in real time, within hours of her vanishing. They've been here doxing the community, putting out lies about the community, people in it, suspects. You have Squall introducing false suspects, straight into Summer's investigation, all this other shit, tampering with Summer's case. You see Michelle over here with her fucking maps. They dox the fuck out of the entire community. She puts out shit about Cotton. Look how many people they have falsely accused, targeted, put out info about. They don't, all these pieces that they can't hear, they don't know, they're not community, they're not us, or whatever. And, so there's a reason I sit here, Michelle. I'll offer the same question to you. Why are you here online? Are you not worried about what you, chasing, BK, Shays, CZs, etc., in every case? The JLRs most certainly, because remember he most recently showed up at suspect's door and tipped them off. Are you not worried about what any of y'all put out? The jailhouse calls, the bullshit interviews, they have pieces and parts here and there. Any of these things, or when you falsely blame people, or they in the community or real perpetrators could hear something that's fed to you all to put out whatever, and they could skirt by. You're more worried about content or something. Couldn't what you tragedy pimps do cause the very thing you're chastising me about? And I want somebody to raise their hand who's seen me dox the fuck out of all of my neighbors, community members, give names, suspects, of my opinion, because let's be real here, you've never been given a list of suspects either, or witnesses or otherwise, or POIs or any of that. When have you seen me sit here and give out all the scent locations, or when, where, why? When have you seen me stand here and, go record all my neighbors or what we say together and put those out on? When have you seen me sit here and record every word every officer, FBI, TVI, cartoon says and put it online? When have you seen me contact your all's family members doing that shit, push shit online? When have you seen me stand here and give all the things I fucking know? Or all the things I have proof of online? When have you seen me come out here and finger point? And just random people post news articles and be like, oh my god. There's not one of y'all can say that you've seen it, because it's never happened. When have you seen me go out here and drive narratives and shit and to target others? Like Michelle just did today, like Chasing did yesterday, like they've all done since the night Summer vanished, and they got word and wind of her alerts coming out. But not one of you here could ever say you've seen it, because of not. So I'd say out of the two of us here, Michelle, you'd be more apt to tip off a suspect or the person's responsible, give them information and shit they do not need. Like, you're also hunting for cameras and placements and all this shit y'all don't need. Or to make perpetrators feel like, oh shit, there's a reason I'm being mentioned suddenly online, and look at this crazy lady like Michelle named her like this person that and this person this and oh shit, and then they jet or they hide something. So yeah, I may be a double-edged sword bitch, and I take full responsibility for that. But what you motherfuckers do on here in each and every case, including Summers, it really could allow people to get away with crimes. And let's be real here, most of you want it that way. Because like Jenny and Adrian chasing the wrist, we're planning our second! Right? And the more of those you can plan and you can feed on in between, the more it benefits y'all for some reason, right? The more you can sell Summer and the rest of us off in the community and destroy your next content and barrels. Alright, I might be back. Can y'all see and hear me? Power doesn't want to glitch or go out during a storm. It wants to glitch for a split second after a storm. Makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Anyway, you know, but yeah, I mean, you can't say I've done any of what these motherfuckers have done to this community. I mean, like, seriously. I have screamed and railed against them putting out the names of other community members, been against them touching ground here, fucking with shit, blackmail, the crimes they've committed, the way in which they put out everybody's everything, because it can cause exactly what Michelle's trying to put on me right now. I try to be very cautious. I try to be. And what else? Anyway, but at least I actually take my responsibility, Michelle. I've yet seen you motherfuckers do shit like that. But it's hard to say you all go around fucking up cases on purpose, isn't it? From fucking financial gain. Oh, bitch. And that it benefits you most if they're never solved or go unsolved, or y'all can do Jerry Springer or spend 2+ years in one case doing exactly this and getting views. Because notice, for Michelle here, her views on every other fucking case, even still, besides Summers, are abysmal. And she's not even getting the 40, 50, 60, 70,000 views she was on videos for Summers these days. She's barely getting 10K on a good day. But it's still far more than what she gets when she's talking about any other case, or not targeting or harassing or slandering or, defaming any of us or pushing out narratives. And let me tell you, what they get paid in the background is benefits packages for the little hive activities they get up to in a collective group online, violating federal and international laws. They get paid. Whether there's cash apps running or not. Oh, they get paid. So, take that as you will. All the needful things. So, yeah, that's why they do what they do, and are continuing to. Because notice every goddamn day or every other day, Michelle's really over whining. Just watch one. Swear to God, on a summer video, but y'all go back and watch these other videos I did about these other cases, or these other things I'm doing. They're so good, guys. You need to. I mean, she's always stressed fucking hard, bro. That's her concern. Not these victims or anything else, or what she does to get those. She just needs them. Like in a desperate way, and it's clear by her tone changes that that is indeed the case. It hurts her somehow. Just like gamblers or addicts going without certain fixes. She physically and emotionally, mentally feels it when views her. I mean, she's a fucking mess, bro. Which a lot of them are obviously like that. But Michelle, you can tell she can't handle it, bro. She needs to sit down in a mirror. I got Stuart Smiley or whatever on certain line. Have a talk with her about her own issues. That's too much to ask right here. Anyway, same shit, different day around here, ain't it, folks? Speaking of, I got another point or two to make. Because I've seen some shit. Seen some shit. Now, there seems to be this thing that happens in certain places right now. And that's the back chat fuckery. Okay? With the woo-woo, religious, or demon, or the gross shit, right? It only happens in a couple places. Ever, really. As far as that aspect of it goes, right? In 2 years, it has continually happened, especially on the channels where either shares at or the channels like Prayer Gardens where it's about Jesus. And a lot of people who are religious go, really thinking she's about Jesus in summer. It's not the first time we've seen it. I knew about this occurring, and I was like, you gotta be kidding me. No, they're not. So it happened, and apparently Daisy spent 8+ hours, goddamn, pretending to flip out about this absolutely set up soap opera thing we've all seen done time and time again. And man, you have to let them up in back chat, dude. People buy this shit, okay? And whoever that was doing it, it's not the first, man. You know, like green eyes type of which you're trying to build up right now, by the way. But it's not the same one. How many times we've been through this? How many times have y'all been around here for 2+ years? I've seen this same shit. And here tell, Daisy's really over like doing exorcisms, playing into it. Of course she was, because Cher was there too. It's gross, okay? It's just gross. And they all know it's gonna happen prior to happening. I just want you to know that. Team effort there, bros. And then they wait, what I hear tell Dawn, Candace, or Bale stuff, they once again, law enforcement shit, they know it's a game. And they know Cher's little critters are usually the ones. There's a couple in this group that do the things like that, like Green Eyes, the rest. They're the ones responsible for that type of fuckery. It's people among you in 40 owls and clothing and type shit that are the ones that go do that in the back chats or on panels or whatever, you know. It's a game. Soap opera. And I guess it's still going like 2-3 days. I swear to God, the clip I was sent is somebody in chat asking or saying, I don't know, or on panel, I can't remember. But put that, do you think Jody Sue is the one doing that in the back chat? Excuse me? Now I'd love to tell you I'm surprised by it, but Daisy's like, no, I don't think it'd be JSP. Good call, Daisy. I was on my own live over here when that show was going, I think, that night anyway, but, and paid him mind, I'm still not. I just think everybody should be informed that it's horseshit. It's a thing we've seen around here many times. Now, is it gross? Absolutely. Are they playing you and your religious and demographic things with you to cash upon? Absolutely they are. Rebuke it, Daisy. Exorcism that. Oh my gosh, are they really these terrible things? Y'all seen all the vids and things in my Facebook vids on shit with Green Eyes and and the others and nutters around the world. Nutters they create here. the ones that are unsound to begin with, the religious affiliate believe false shit about us, to what you should see our inboxes, bro. I can only imagine what I've seen some of Candace and Dawn's inboxes early on and since. I know what mine looks like. I know, and what days you see ain't shit in comparison. But yeah, it'll keep happening because they're the ones orchestrating it. It's a show, folks. Big top variety circusing. Now, there have been times you will see shit like, and it'll also happen in certain rooms, certain creators. At certain times, when they brought a sibling out, they were doing that in back chats, making them think it was me talking. Guess who was doing that? That was Tiffany Marie and AB. Under my name, I call also shit. Making other people believe it was me. They did this to Monster and Stall as well in the back chat on PGs. They've done it inside of chats. They've made millions of people believe it was my siblings or family members under their names commenting in chats. It was not. They entirely fucked with all of y'all. All the damn time. Some of those things are not drama or for entertainment. They're really to harm us here on the real ground, break down relationships, do this, do that. Like they have promised and intended to do, and like they have admitted to in their own words. And, anyway, but yeah, you have them trying to set off shit like violations, tampering with orders, shit with Monster, where he really thought on PGs that it was me. In fact, it wasn't. It was him trying to set off shit. And trying to set up shit. And I had Monster against one. Wasn't me back there. There has also been several versions around Share, especially when Share's near, and stuff to where they've had, y'all remember the, here's this person talking in curses and laying out voodoo on people in back chats back here, and it's under Jody Sue's name, but they have my name spelled wrong. Y'all remember that? That also happened on one of the religious centered channels. Lindon was playing with Share too. But the person in back chat had my name spelled. Shit, you know. And I was on my own live again. But people believed it. I was back there. Like, I don't know how many times. I don't know if people understand the definition of atheist either. Don't believe in gods or devils or anything in between. Witches are goofy. Whole thing's stupid. I ain't down for any of that. I also don't go around back chats trolling people. And by the way, they can allow you in back there, and they have to do that, or they can kick you out. Now they have my first name wrong. God, they had it with me. And there's been several instances, so, that they've not spelled my name right in the back chats. But, so I got why certain people were over here in my chat. Steven Reaper's Grim Smile was over here asking if it was Reaper that was responsible, because apparently one of the back chat names on Daisy was Reaper, and then something else, Catch Me If You Can, which is stupid as fuck. Like Leonardo DiCaprio back there hiding, and Catch Me If You Can, that movie in particular is about a guy who was so good at what he did that like the FBI hired him. So I don't know who they're trying to poke at there, but I don't think they're hiring that level of stupid. Anyway, what you get from that is 2 days worth of fucking nutters, religious crazies, people with that fit certain criteria now inundating law enforcement because of Daisy and Sharon and set up with that shit. It's fucking disgusting. So, anyway, and so is the person and people who continue to play these games in the back chest so they can enact it. I mean, anybody willing to. For me, it's like shit. Green Eyes, the rest have said all these done some of the grossest shit about Summer. It's disturbing that as they're back there joking, laughing, eating Cheetos, getting paid to play the game, to take the risk of actually getting millions to call in to law enforcement and inundate them and take real time on some case. they're getting paid for it, but they're capable of those thoughts, let alone typing them out and giggling and having a fun time doing it. There are monsters amongst you guys. And these creators playing it and doing soap opera shit and profiting off of it while they know it's a game and the people in these back chats and all the shit they're doing is false and fake. That's why Daisy didn't want to play into the well. Yeah, well, there's a recording. I just got a voicemail and shit. And then guess what? You can't play it that way because then these people, these fucking Fruit Loops in chat are like, no, we'll call and report. Here, we'll try for you. We'll try for you. So whatever. It's gross on everybody's part that played in it, and that Cher often travels where those do or certain things are known to come back to her and her particular section of this group. A little weird, just me. Sure. Now, I don't even know if I want to go through his piece or not. I really don't. I don't think I honestly will. I don't know. I'm gonna give me a second. You need a pair of glasses. Seriously. Let's. I really don't want to. It's interesting. And I went wrong. You could tell, like you're saying. Well, I was like, wait a minute. Kind of discovered while I was on live. It's like, did fucking Bones set this shit off and set it up about like she did the shit with Black Eye shit with cancer? Yeah. She started off the morning rotation for the rooms with it, you know. And she was the one before chasing to start, you know, and to get everything paved. These people sink like a bad period in a jail cell. Seriously. But so yeah, I went back and made sure I was correct on it. Yeah, it did start the room rotation. Bones did before chasing on it. Really? Is that what we're doing today? Okay. Sure. Anyway, I know Don be there. They try to be like, but I didn't spell it incorrectly, like, because I didn't know how to spell. I did it because, like, you know, algorithms and clicks. And yeah, okay, sure. Whatever, bro. Seen you spell many things wrong. Either way, I spelled domestic violence. He said it would take the channel down. There's some such fuckery. If he had spelled it correctly, it would hurt everything. Right? I spelled it just fine in my title. I do a lot. I tag it everywhere. So either domestic violence victims, fighters, survivors, etc. matter more to you than clicks, views, subs, selling merch, and going fishing do, and you can spell it correctly, or you're just a dipshit. I'm gonna go with subs, clicks, likes, views matter more to you than summer TV and other shit. And your dish. And I'm still gonna make on you spelled it wrong while you were drinking more than sweet tea at like 2 or 3 a.m. when that vid came out. And I don't care. So there's that. Now suddenly he cares about DVs. They're still on it. They're gonna make y'all believe they really give a shit about domestic violence. So that's a whole hot take from all of them this week. But also, they're gonna torment Candace. Say she deserved to say this, say that, whatever. Beat down on her by chats and PG saying such gross shit as, I wish it was me that Don beat. Cringe. Yeah, they care. Hell I might. I don't know, there was something a little more important than that one though first. And I forget what order. Yeah, who said what, my pie? Which time? What is it? What did they say? Is it new? I don't know. Oh, you talking about PG? Oh yeah. She said that shit. She sure did. Hold on. Let me see if it's
Don Wells sits around and says Child Protective Services stole his children. Bitch, you shouldn't have had no kids. No. Just fucking said it. Wasn't me. No. Let's not. I'm gonna tell you something.
if you're wondering, I had to go back and I was trying to get it in it. Anyway, so
This community for missing children need to bond together. Everyone that's actually for the real victims, the children and all of this, and man, we are dealing with children. Please, let us bond together as one and quit fucking being weak. Let's quit being weak. Let's call it the way we see it. I ain't got time to kiss no fucking criminal's ass, and I'm not going to. I'm not going to. Fuck that nasty hoe. And if Don Wells shined her up like that, well, God bless. Just fucking sad that, just fucking sad it wasn't me. Right? There you go.
that doesn't bother anybody else. Yeah. That's how much they care about domestic violence against Candace. Which, I mean, you see them gaslight that shit and cause it, which seems to be also a pattern when Cher gets around. how the uptick in Candace getting beat goes. And MGL and the bigger provocateur, I mean, which Sharon and them are always in the background talking to them privately on phones, whether they're out in public or not. But when Sharon and them get firmly ensconced, things online and Sharon, they do gaslight shit to where Candace gets beat more. I've seen it, y'all have seen it out in the open. Right? Cher's notorious for it, but MGL, I mean, y'all watched it as entertainment. But, it's their thing around here. If you let me know that you have any way suffered, been through, survived, etc., apparently any type of domestic violence or any assaults or anything like that, these motherfuckers around any of these crimes will turn around and use it to gaslight, target, do shit, get you further abused. They will help your abusers further abuse you. And they will take great joy in it. While they all pretend to care about potatoes and children who, like mine, are abused, and like, obviously, Candace and Dawn's were. And they care about domestic violence right here, folks. Didn't you know? They'll actually target and harm and re-traumatize and abuse children who have been abused. They'll hunt them down, too. They'll put them back, much like Jenny and Adrian trying to put them back near a fucking goddamn monster who'd laid hands on them and otherwise, and was the real danger, and still is to them. Just so they could try to get shit for money, just like Monster and Becca and Jenny and Adrian. That's what they want. And it's fucking disgusting. It's evil like Switch you. And they wouldn't care that my daughter ended up harmed, dead, murdered at Monster's hands, and that is a very real possibility. You know? And especially had she been put back anywhere near on purpose. I mean, no. Like, no. So, yeah, they didn't care though. That's what they're doing. Anyway, but yeah, this is what they do. It's like the worst thing for them to say, but yeah, PJ's still over dreaming of being in red panties, apparently now wishing it was her getting beat. It's pretty gross. I mean, seriously, you gotta think about it. They were targeting my child, who's just fine here. None of that ever happened or was said anyway. I can prove that. I have proven it. Oh, but it gets worse. The pieces I hold back here. Oh boy. Anyway, it was never said, done. And Hans was on the phone too. There was nothing occurring. And Jenny and Adrian and Monster and Becca and Lips and Tiffany Marie and BK and all them, they set it up. And they've been setting it up to try to get emergency custody by trying to enact Clause 5150 before that. Then they thought they found a better way. They manipulated, they would have worked together. You could even see Monster finally answer because he thinks he's getting a cash app. And he goes, "What the fuck, you bitches have gotten it twisted, so now I'm getting punished." Or he said, "Oh, so a bunch of bitches get it twisted and I get punished." So, because people are like, "Man, we think he's conning or scamming it," right? But they were all wanting to target and to annihilate me, which they promised to do in real life. This marriage from a family, this, take my kids from me, whatever. They were willing to go so far to put a child around a known and proven abuser of that child. That him and Becca are both using drugs, selling them, everything else. They know this for a fact. He's admitted to it on live stream. It's not being mad or anything else. He's admitted to it. Plus, I know some certain shit in the community. So does my eldest. So does everybody here locally. What they're still up to and doing. But oh, we gotta save the baby. Yeah, we gotta save the baby. Judy Stevens. Oh my God, she's telling her to do these things. Jenny and Adrian have an out here in front. I've shown the videos where those two bitches are literally telling me I should be afraid, and I have the pieces that show they're absolutely intentionally trying to get me targeted and murdered. Alright? On purpose. And that they did it again right before his vigil with chasing Dolly, Ziggy, the rest. So anyway, what you have at a certain point though is them willing, not just willing, but wanting to take a little from me, to destroy me, to hurt me as a human being, right? Because, well, what better way against a woman and a child who's traumatized from her neighbor missing, this and that. Knowing what Munster's done, knowing there's court records that show the person he's living with, that the grandparents have abused him physically, emotionally, medically, and throughout decades, and that they've also laid hands on my children and abused them, that there's court records for it, and they've been charged and found guilty, etc. They took Title 40s and some of those, whatever, right? But yeah, it's all there. Jenny and Adrian were willing to place and to try to get control of my child so Becca and Monster could sell her off the cash apps, info shells, and to really, I'm telling you, my child could be killed and would absolutely be abused at the hands of Monster. I didn't care. They would put the tiniest and most vulnerable amongst you back, and forcefully so, in a traumatizing way, with a monster who abused by claiming they cared about children, knowing goddamn good well nothing was happening here. Child wasn't in danger. Has never been in fucking danger. The danger and the only danger they were ever in is at Jenny and Adrian's hand, this group's hands, Monster and Becca's. And that was going to be just fine. As Jenny sickeningly said the same shit, was like, oh, well, we're going to do this with little, and I'm going to teach you this, and I'm going to, like, Jenny herself was going to have custody of my child or some shit. No, they wanted around her because she's a witness to someone, and 15th in her life, and to me, and what I'm, and Monster and Becca would have sold that the fuck off, and, look, I'm telling you, they were and always will be the dangerous one in this group. But anyway, so yeah, domestic violence survivors, even children, are fair game to these motherfuckers. It's like them and Monster triangulating to where they got back into Elvis' life and the world not understanding the calls or anything else, but I, as his mother, do know. And he would come here and be like, they've done it again, I'm sorry. But he knows, and he knows how he's training around Monster and Monsters, parental monsters, on what he has to say and do to get along, to be whatever, in this year. So I understand that as his mother, and I do not hold it in any way, and I'll love him. And that's just the way it will always. But yeah, it's Jenny, Adrian, the rest, other flying monkeys who don't goddamn understand, do not know any part of our lives, etc. But yeah, I mean, they've done it to all of us here who they know. And I guarantee you, if this place could ever get interviews or contact boys or any of them, or even Summer herself at some point, they would use Target, Gaslight, the violence and things that's happening. They would absolutely trigger them with it, get as much as they could to feed on. They would hurt them more than they'd ever. This place never, and they do, they actively go and hunt our children. I'm talking from H to, obviously you see Lips playing a role in targeting one of the other witnesses around Summer's case, that's a minor, making sure she's thoroughly taken and tampered with and fucked with, on purpose. Just like mine, Lips played a role in that as well. Tried to do it again recently before the vigil. Right? Again, Lips, you fucking what? With Becca and Monster, the rest of this group, leading up to try to take from. I mean, like, look, these people they wouldn't care, and they don't care. They don't care if children get murdered, harmed, or anything else. They don't care if they're actually around dope dealers. Jenny and Adrian themselves are going to try to place, give me a break. They do not care, dude. They're about the abuse and what they can do to get. So they don't give a shit about abuse. They don't give a shit about any type of survivor ring. Fighter, victim, missing, murdered. And women would be like, oh gosh, domestic violence, and all the bruises on, and oh my gosh. And the next minute you get shit like
Don Wells sits around and says Child Protective Services stole his children. Bitch, you shouldn't have had no kids. Oh, just fucking said it. Wasn't me. No, let's not. I'm going to tell you something. This community for missing children need to bond together. Everyone that's actually for the real victims, the children and all of this, and man, we are dealing with children. Please, let us bond together as one and quit fucking being weak. Let's quit being weak. Let's call it the way we see it. I ain't got time to kiss no fucking criminal's ass, and I'm not going to. I'm not going to. Fuck that nasty hoe. And if Don Wells shined her up like that, well, God bless. Just fucking sad that, just fucking sad it wasn't me. Right? There you go. Are nothing but scum of the freaking earth. They are dog shit. They are dog shit. I'm tired of hearing them accuse other people of exactly what the fuck they did. I'm tired of them trying to put it off on everyone else when they know what the fuck they done. Fuck them. These are the worst type of human beings in this world. They are the most fucking disgustingest kind of criminals in the world, right? They're yellow-bellied pieces of shit. They can't even step up to the plate and tell the fucking truth about what happened to their child. They can't even take the medicine, right, for doing their dirty fucking deeds. They haven't ever took the medicine for doing their dirty fucking deeds. They're always trying to whine and cry and figure out some way to get out of it, right? Don Wells sits around and says Child Protective Services stole his children. Bitch, you shouldn't have had no kids. You were a scumbucket. Nobody stole.
To make it make sense. 1 second, she's like, bitch, you shouldn't have had no kids. Next, she's dreaming of Dawn finally beating on her instead of Candy. It looks like the love affair PG has in her head for 2+ years is not yet in.
Your kids. You were not feeding them. You were not clothing them. You were not keeping a decent roof over their head. You weren't doing a damn thing for your kids. You haven't ever done a damn thing for a fucking kid you've had. You're a piece of shit. You're too busy worrying about your substance abuse and getting your next fix to fucking care about any of your children. You're a piece of shit. Your children are in a better place, a better home. Leave them the hell alone. Someone else is giving them what you fucks couldn't. You didn't want to. You could have, but you didn't want to. Blame your fucking selves for losing your children. Don't blame no one else. You're trash, man. You're garbage. Fuck you. Hate me. Ask me if I give a damn. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a Johnny's ass about you. Motherfuckers, come on, please. Sad sack son of a bitches. And people want to come out here and, no. No. Let's not. I'm going to tell you something. This community for missing children need to bond together. Everyone that's actually for the real victims, the children and all of this, and man, we are dealing with children. Please, let us bond together as one and quit fucking being weak. Let's quit being weak. Let's call it the way we see it. I ain't got time to kiss no fucking criminal's ass, and I'm not going to. I'm not going to. Fuck that nasty hoe. And if Don Wells shined her up like that, well, God bless. Just fucking sad that, I'm just fucking sad it wasn't me. Right? There you go.
Yeah, they do get along well, but it's weird, isn't it? Exploited. Because Monster is absolutely certain that Dawn and Candace have murdered someone and hidden her body. He's been absolutely certain of that since minute one. And the weird part is they've become closer since they're all making money together as the tragedy pimp circuit goes, right? But I've watched since very early on, since the older wedding plays with Candace and Monster and playing games with us. And I knew immediately when Candace was trying to fuck with me over certain shit. And now that certain things have come out and what they were most likely truly up to all together, it's pretty apparent why. And what they're probably, it's just fun. But, yeah, it's real weird. I don't think I'd be buddies with somebody that was absolutely certain I murdered my child. What I would do, though, is pat the ass of a certain monster and each other if all had things to hide together. That's just me. Everybody making it look like Joseph is crazy. Yeah, all I can do at this point is say the receipts are there, and I guarantee you the boys done told on all of them. That's all I can tell them. And no matter how it comes down the pipeline, they're all hit. Should be, anyway. And I'd also suspect that somebody had said a little too much shit to a certain little tiny abusive sudden, right? And not only which we held the call, but were monsters outright screaming at everybody saying the marriage is just to get at me, whatever, which no, bro. Anyway, I would say that too, because you don't have to testify against one when can't be made to. So yeah, should have probably watched that stall pump all the shit people were up to while Jody Sue was fighting cancer, surviving abuse. That Monster Helper was helping increase exponentially in the time that it was around, along with others. Though it thinks, I guess, it's special and singular, but like I proved the other day, even while it was around, that thing was bringing other things down here and everybody else that, them boys, those boys, them girls, those girls, everybody else in the community knew about. Like, average day, it's like, oh, we found another one. Yeah, I bet. Well, just give them the 411 and the lowdown. Well, like always. And we move on, right? But yeah, that's the only reason I can think of really for it. Um, yeah, because it's better to shut me up and to make me look a certain way, especially after favors, the fuckery and the bullshit, where the same one has been offered up. The same ones he's told for years that I can prove to the same motherfuckers, same people, same shit. Same story, even the prostitutes in parking lots as he sweeps. Right? Same shit. Same storyline. That one was dumb enough to fight, but also desperate enough to. Thought she was really getting some. All the shit Monster never had on. Nope. It all belonged to somebody else, and it always will. She thought she was gonna be living the dream, though, bro. And she was desperate to fly with her. Dropped cliche earrings, all the shit. That's why he kept telling me for over a year, man, if you don't want me to quit this job, it's going to ruin our lives. Wait and see, wait and see. Please let me quit this job. Every day it was some excuse. And he was going to walk out for my benefit. And the pandemic, and oh my God, and this, whatever. He wandered away. But no, he's talking. I kind of, people think I'm salty about it. I kind of giggle most days. I figure it's his fucking karma. I know, because I know him so well, what he's actually, and what will come back bite that one in the ass. Unfortunately, it may end in really bad ways, and I guarantee it. But, and I hope our children are far out of the way and out of their camper parked somewhere too, and out of the front yards and such too, when that one finally loses its shit, its monster catalog and his. Anyways, the point is that, it's in its own worst nightmare. I know it well enough to know that what it got itself into is actually its worst fucking nightmare. And I kept telling it for years, you're gonna fuck around with the wrong one, find out, you're gonna get psycho, you're gonna get whatever, you ain't gonna play and wait and see, bitch. Last time I said that to him, he was just, and that was unusual. It was the clothes I guess. I thought you wrapped the fuck up, bro. But yeah, I've known him for 30 years. Bitch still don't know him at all. Doesn't know what kind of ride she's been taking on yet either. And that's why she's pissed, is because she wants to blame me. She's still buying the bullshit she has to do whatever. But so that's always been a game with her too, though it's not me. I don't care. Good riddance. But I do chuckle because I know him better than anybody else on this earth will ever know him, including himself. So either way, but yeah, that C&D and Monster and become buddies all of a sudden after. And Monster, let me tell you, I've got thousands of messages. Y'all think I raised hell about the neighbors? Whatever, even though he was closer, he hung up at more, whatever, they were in shit. He fucking despised it. And he really thinks Dawn's the one that was peeping in on myself, my daughter. Now, you go make friends with somebody like that. But he has. Either way, he also thinks they're guilty of murder in Summer and hiding it. His family, most certainly, everybody else, they really think that they did. So, him giving permission to C&D for shit, I just don't see that flying. I know it didn't the first time when Jenny and Adrian, whatever, but whatever. Anyway, I just find it weird. Not really, though. The only benefit package there is getting their own shit straight or trying to hide. Making sure everybody's nicey nice. Not telling on one another. For whatever the fuck they were up to besides all the shit that's known. And that'll be up to Ellie and then figure the fuck out. And by Ellie, I mean feds. As for everybody else, I don't know that I have that much faith in it. But do I think that they'll make an arrest in Summer's case? Absolutely. I don't think her case is cold at all. And I absolutely believe that the person or persons responsible will be arrested. Feds and God work in their own good time. So, but none of us can say when that will be. And I'm not going to speculate, but yes, I do believe that they will make an arrest, or arrests in Summer's case, to do with her vanishing. Yes. Not just fuck shit around it. What the hell? Ew! Why is Lockdown staring at my titties and making thumbnails about them? Ew! Dude, that's a profile picture I've had on Facebook for you. It's... I have breasts, guy. He really made a thumbnail about my boobs, y'all. What the hell's wrong with that dude? Never mind, don't answer. Like, seriously, y'all. That's gross. And that profile pic, I've used it on Facebook and otherwise. I just moved it over here and transferred it because it's the first one I come to. I'm on Facebook. And I have breasts. My God. Ew. What a fucking creep, dude. Ew. Yeah, it is creepy that Lockdown's done that. What's even funnier is his next video looks to be titled Jodeci Makes Ridiculous Claim About Dawn Wells that never happened. That was his video about how the hammer comment from Dawn never happened. Wonder how he's feeling about that today. Too bad he doesn't have cleavage to hide his own lies and licking butthole for Dawn. Wow. That's creepy. That's gross. That turns my stomach. I'll be real honest with you. Fucking gross, dude. Oh, and it says, yesterday, he's changed the title. Yesterday they had a question mark in it. There. Admits things she never said before. No, didn't. This bitch has really got my boobs talking about they're there to hide lies. Well, he's lying in his fucking title. I never said shit I didn't say before. The fuck? And then I confirmed Fred Hill that was in the title yesterday, because I remember saying that Ziggy herself and them, it's been out right in the open that Fred was paid and that she even paid him for the recent jail interviews and shit. Duh. Didn't take me to confirm that, you super fucking Florida cocaine genius. Yeah. Anyway, but I do appreciate his second title and vid, which is Jody Sue Brown makes ridiculous claim about Dawn Wells and blah blah blah. It was about the hammer, guys. He said Dawn never said that, so whatever. Really, bro? Really? He's name's first. Here. Y'all want to play it for him again? Shit. We'll even go back to this tragedy.
Alright, people, let's get to work. Let's go do the reunion. I need to play my boyfriend.
What the hell made anyone get away? June 15th. What the hell made anyone get away? June 15th. What the hell made anyone? What the hell made anyone? What the hell made anyone get away?
Ha. Yeah, bro, both of your latest videos and titles hold up real well, man. They really do. You're gonna need more titty to cover them lies. Right, Lockdown? You fucking fluffer. Oh, what do they call those things in prison? A fifi. Somebody get him a fifi stud. Fucking loser. Anyway, I can't believe. Y'all, he really has a picture up of my boobs. Why was he even... How many of y'all even went in on my profile picture and were like... You know what I mean? Ooh, boobs. He could have literally caught any of my lives. What was I wearing yesterday? I don't remember, but... I have boobs. They're present. They kind of hang out wherever I do. It's 903 degrees in the south. You cocaine sweating Florida motherfucking dumb shit. You over there sweating. How many times? Now, whoa. Everybody hold your hands up. You ain't seen Lockdown over there with his, like, douchebags. Half naked running amok while he's sweating weirdly in an air-conditioned house. While he has ADD everywhere. Right? I've never once made a thumbnail or anything been like, ooh, pecs to cover your lies. Shit, I might though. I might make a short vid, my style of course, just doing this maneuver. And then a picture of his pecs. They can't hide that amount of stupid. Either way, it's 904 in the south. They're drama boy. And even if it weren't, they're mine. But who here has been up on my profile picture being like, boobs. He could have picked any live stream. My boobs been here with me. They're always with me. They don't go anywhere. Instead, it's the profile picture. How long has this fucking skeezer been thinking of my boobs? To make a fucking thumbnail. And to think somehow, ladies, y'all know y'all make up most of this community. I don't think my boobs have an effect on you, or whether or not you believe shit that comes out of my mouth. Boobs don't work the same way on really they shouldn't anybody, and if they do any fella, just walk away from that guy. But yeah, what? There's like 4 dudes at least, from what I can see in the background, that watch me over here. 4 dudes that were concentrating more on my boobs in my profile picture, apparently, than what I was saying. My God. Meanwhile, I've never seen one of you ladies be like, put your boobs up. I can't discern the truth if your boobs are out. They're superpowered. We don't work that way. Apparently, Lockdown, though, is super heavily concentrated on my boobs. What the hell? That's creepy and gross. Did he hashtag somewhere in that? Let me see. Grandma's going on. Hashtag me, Candace, Dawn, etc. Okay. Join the membership. Yeah, so he's got my boobs up trying to make people join membership. That's great. Ew. What the fuck is his wife's name? I can't remember. I don't care, but Somebody go tell her this boy needs to take down a picture of my boobs. He's been looking at them far too much to even think about how much he had to think about. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a natural thought, woman. Like, it's not, what thumbnail can make that, nothing like that. That's, he's been thinking about some shit for a while. It didn't just occur to him to do. Girl, you need to get your boy in check. Because apparently he's the only male running around these streets thinking about people's boobs. Let's make him a thumbnail. And to think there's enough men over here to be brainwashed by boob. Oh yeah, Raisin, he's married. And his wife's on here. She has her own channels. Shit. Yeah, she's off to making new thing. As he's yelling at her and the kids to do whatever for him. As he's got ADHD and weird sweats in an air-conditioned house. Half naked running around. Hey, do you think him being half naked running around in his physique might have any impact on a giant true crime community full of women? Though? Do you think him using the physique on it might be to manipulate? Or when he goes shirtless on it? Huh. Whose titties are manipulating people, you fucking douche? They ain't my titties. These ladies, they don't care about my titties. They got titties of their own. Hell, some of them don't. That's fine. We're all different. But we ain't out here manipulating with titties. I know who's out here manipulating with pecs, though. Tragedy pimp. Ew. Gross. Anyway. I mean, you see those like Shay, all of them do the things throughout. Oh, her boobs, her nails, her hair. That's just female bullshit. That's a dude with pictures of my titties up. Talking about how they're going to manipulate tens of thousands of women. That's not how it works. But I know a dude over there who stays half naked, perpetually doing things, thinking his physique is amazing, who might manipulate some females with it. Behind the lies, like Jody C makes ridiculous claim about Don Wells and a hammer. Boy, Lockdown's not having a good day, is he? He's obviously a frustrated teenager, although that insults teenagers. Ew. That's gross. It's just gross. And let's see if Dummy did what. Michelle accused her. I don't know. Either way, we've also proven Pecs and lies over there. It's full of shit, and he's just there to, play feed it on. So, he's there on that. Ew. Creep. Say the hell, what? What are you doing over, kitties? What are you doing? He's like, I'm just gonna keep your chair going for you now. Alright. I've got my legs tangled in a cord somehow. I don't know what I did. I did all the things. Oh my god. Was this really a thumbnail of his? Why am I surprised right now? Holy shit. Wow. Eventually, Mudpie. Keep sneaking in. This is another one, even though he's fluffing for Dawn. He's not at her back Kansas, I guess, but seriously, this is one of his thumbnails. Black eyes, question mark, wishful thinking. And that does not have a question mark. Wow. Okay. Alrighty then. Okay. Alright. What the hell did I do? Alright. Oh no, we're not. Oh no, we're not touching that button. Stop. Okay. Why did you just jump up on one side and just jump down on the other side? What the hell was that? Whatever floats your boat, Mike. And does anybody else, while we're speaking of creepy, man, anybody else think it's fucking bizarre that for almost a year now, hip hop and elf creepo from the UK over there, Fluffer Boy and such, find it weird that this grown ass man has been solely concentrated on Summer and SA. Like, that's all that dude talks about. And it's like he gets so into it, bro. Meanwhile, he says she's not real. We're all crisis actors. It's Aaron, a boy in a dress. He wants to know who this is, whatever. Man, I think everybody out here knows what possible is. He keeps going too far. And he is every day, dude. This man, this grown ass man across the pond, is talking about the SA and like whether she was what this stupid fucking phone guy. Notice he never uses it to hit out at Christine, who left him holding that bag by himself either, but dummies really fucking that should have been out for forever. That dumb bitch tags Hawkins County. Where's May to in the first place? Y'all don't find it weird that this guy every day in some aspect, like he needs somebody to talk with him, or his chat to interact with him, or those he's mind fucking shit, whatever. That he is just, since he's latched onto that, dude, every day he has to have somebody talk to him about it. So he can talk about what is potentially the essay of Summer, no matter what aspect. It's like he has to be talking about that, or whether it's her or a boy in a dress. And he's just super, when he does talk about Summer, admit that she's real and it's a real case and suddenly he cares about that when he's not offering out we're all crisis actors, some fake, whatever, right? Nobody else finds it weird that this grown man, that's all he wants to talk about. And he wants other people to talk about it with him. And he skips over the common sense factor, as does the people interacting with him on this level, that obviously that call was made to law enforcement to begin with. Okay? And obviously feds, like the actual FBI and TBI, have it now, and have had it since long before the public ever did. They have better equipment than anybody here online has. They could say whether or not that's what that recording says in any way. I assume, like most, logic and common sense, somebody done be in prison if that's what that recording actually contained. But that every fucking day, that's all he's wanting to talk about. You know? He never, if you think about it, throughout 2 years, has actually ever concentrated on other possibilities. He doesn't hunt down, try to solve case, pieces, parts. He's here to do all kinds of jobs, alright? But it's purposeful targeting, fluffing, crowd control, But the thing is, this dude, and let's be real, there is a lot of hidden shit inside of religion churches organized. I will never deny that. That is a fucking known to the public, the world. We know this. It's bad. But anyway, he's never went down other avenues or really tried to hunt down. He's always, since I've been here, always just wanting to talk about how children are messed with. It doesn't matter if it's some or others. That's all he ever wants to talk about. And not the aspects of the case or how to put it together or clues or facts or he doesn't work Summer's case like some of these YouTubers work it, right? Or to try to make sense of it. It's just automatically he goes straight to the SA trafficking, pedos, etc. Fine, sure, whatever. That may be his pet theory. But not only that's all he's willing to talk about in anything, ever, is the sexual aspects surrounding children. Especially so. And he's not happy, it seems like, unless every day he can bring it up in some way, and that call, since he latched on to it with Christine 555, who later turned around and tried to deny the shit. But, yeah, to just keep doing it, even though clearly it's in the hands of feds and they have better equipment and la 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 and all the shit that just defies all reason and logic as to why he's doing it. Every day. That's all he wants to talk about, is the potential essaying of Summer or others. And to have people to talk about it with in chats or this there. And I'm starting to find it real fucking concerning. While he's swearing up that everybody else around Summer is. But he's never actually worked through like anybody else. He uses these pieces to target people. Don't make any mistake about that. To accuse people of certain shit. To twist or whatever, But also, even because he's used this, by the way, to target myself, TM, I don't know, more than a couple others right here. But notice he never ever targeted Christine 555, who later denied all involvement in that shit with him. Even if she's, whatever. He never used it to target her, but everybody else around Summer, he sure has. This phone call, what do y'all know? What's this? What's that? And so-and-so's denying it, though nobody ever did. We just said, man, if it is, and that's what it says, law enforcement will know. And no need to tag them in it. They already have the call on for y'all do. But every day he's not happy unless that's brought up and he can talk about as saying of children and stuff. I find it disturbing. Something else tell him for sure, but he gets paid well for the off. He's not in my television. He doesn't. He's what he is. He's a thing here to exploit it. He has a role inside this group, and he always has. Always. Part of that's pretending he's working on certain things to out people. Others think they're truly helping. Everybody goes and gives receipts and what's known or tells him things, and then he just siphons it up for the tragedy parents. But then he makes everybody feel placated, like they've turned it in, they're doing a thing, they're helping, blah, blah, blah. But actually, he's just letting the tragedy parents here know who, what, when, where, why, or turncoats, traders, this, that, and the other, what's known about them. Always all kinds of things around here. Always has been. Even the little channels that work around him. They have a job. But still, his infatuation with that is concerned. So anyway. Oops. I left my Right. And so, I know it's not much in the grand scheme of things, but
You think you're slick, huh? Just showing up to court dressed like a dumbass, acting like you can't hoop. You assume I couldn't hoop because I'm white, which is
here till I guess Justin's on semi-vacay. So I don't know. I caught some of this today, this morning.
Flip it. Hi. Hey, y'all. I got it. Right. Loud and clear. Good. Okay. I just got Debbie C. I'm South. It happens all the time. Those kind of things. It's
He too is taking a shit on Daisy and them for their stupid game and like, you know, all those things too that mentioned earlier, the back chat crap. He knows they don't know what it is. But anyway, because he has to keep stuff going, Daisy, he'll mention it, pretend like everybody don't know what the hell it is outright. Even chat over there in his are like, yeah, this is sus. We've seen it before. They know. Most around here know the games, including that back chat bullshit. Anyway, at certain points in this one, and Justin did yesterday, this dude still really thinks that that fucking photo that Sharon and purposely put out is being taken on the 15th of June, and Dawn knowing will play along with it, whatever. The day I happened to be riding with him in the fucking car. Anyway, and it was aired, whatever. But so the thing is that and by that I mean like later on I was riding with him. He gave me a ride somewhere. I gave him money. I bought them dinner for taking me to go get dinner, groceries, come back in. So anyway, the thing is that night, the shit about the red truck where he'd taken the picture of the wrecked one came out. I told him, I was like, did you just, and he was more concentrated on watching himself and listening than he didn't care if things were right or said right. I was like, did you hear that? I was like, they just took what you said wrong or a glitch or drop minute, and he was like, no, did they? Yeah, well, right. But anyway, later on, when I'm here, I find a piece that shows that Sharon knew it wasn't from the 15th. Dawn knew as well. They knew what they were going to do. Right. They were going to cause chaos, twist, do whatever. So anyway, Justin over here, even this long after, is telling his chat yesterday that picture that was taken of the wrecked red truck happened on June 15th that morning. Excuse me, I mean, no it didn't. Everybody's aware of this, apparently except for Justin. So now, you see, that's how the Michelles and the chasings and all that, what they do can have a lasting impact. Shit's wrong, fucked up. Right? Now, Justin, I just think the boy's blood, he really does probably still think that happened, and I don't know. But this is how long stupid can last and damage can do. People are, therefore, throws everything. They think there was really a red truck down there wrecked at the driveways. And there's really all this shit visible in the mirrors, or that Dawn came up on the truck first. They have no clue what the fuck's going on. And if that day in particular was an entirely different day, like weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks after something. And that Dawn wasn't the first one to find it. Dawn wasn't the first one to hear it. Dawn was just told he could take photos of it. And then, like always, runs back to this tragedy pimp group that he knows they're gonna get bad shit and he don't care. It's not his priority. He honestly wants them to anyways, obviously. Then, Justin goes on to say a bunch of other things, but then there's this part where he's talking about the picture posted of the boys and Sarah, when they're, I believe the one posted was one of them in the riding gear, that on June 15th by Candace around the times of, law enforcement calls. Justin's over telling people, no, well, it don't make sense. I think the reason that she's, this posted on her account and then she later erased it because she was going through there erasing all these things. Right? Blah, blah, blah. Like, that's stupid. Law enforcement still have, even like he mentioned. But he still goes on with it. I think that's why she accidentally posted one because obviously she's a Wi-Fi and therefore she was trying to post. I don't think it's like other people say where no signal or anything like that. I think it's that she was erasing things and accidentally posted one. And because Justin's Justin and doesn't live there and didn't live there, man, there's a reason I only did lives or posted certain shit on certain days on my Facebook most of the time. You couldn't even get a fucking photo loader. You'd think one had loaded or had posted. And 3 days later, you come out to fucking signal, or you get a better signal in there, the sun shines just right, the wind blows, and suddenly, boom, there it is, and you forgot it was even, It happens. I mean, I watched my own devices in there. Hell, I thought I did post shit. Thought it up, and then 3 days later, I hit swine it. I'm like, what the fuck? It says posted an hour ago. The fuck, that was supposed to be 3 days ago. And so, no, Justin's wrong. My guess is that really did happen. And like, you're trying to erase something. You know how many, in order to erase something, it takes different steps than to upload something and to post. See how it doesn't make sense? Candace would have been well aware whether she was sharing something or whether she was erasing. Two entirely separate things inside of a phone. You would not be confused about where you were or accidentally post. Alright, versus delete. Makes no sense. That's what Justin has in his head. And he thinks, well, there's signal down there. And she would have been on Wi-Fi at that point and been able to post. No, even on the best of days, too, down there. No. And my guess has always been that that's when she was trying to get signal or doing something with the phone that hit signal. And that finally uploaded from whenever she had actually been trying to get it uploaded. Right? Yeah, if I hear high-centered one more time, that is not what you call it either. I swear, it's like the red barrel, blue barrel, this, the couch. I just stupid shit with the fucking stupid couch. You can't make anything work within the blue couch room. Nothing. Not dogs, not evidence, not the giant gaping hole of open space it would have left the officers and law enforcement like, why is this space open but the rest of the house is hoarded? Where's whatever this object is that's now missing, eh? Oh yeah, the scent dogs, I just didn't catch anything. Like, give me a break, dude. It's so stupid and ignorant. If I'd hear about that blue couch one time, I swear. Yeah, it wasn't high center or anything. They went off in the fucking ditch over there, dude. I heard them all night. I tried to go down the driveway and at first thought it was people in there, whatever, but I thought it's Fred, and I was like, man, it don't make sense, because Fred no better be doing this. He'd just leave it till the morning, Then I thought, well, maybe it's the car broke down again, but then the way they were revving, And I made my way out in the yard and stuff where I was sitting, made it halfway, and I knew I was so sick that night, so exhausted and tired, that if I did not turn back. That was it. And so I had to leave it be. I went back in the cabin, literally crawled in that motherfucker. And I'm lucky I made it back up that night. But then hours go by, another neighbor finds them when they leave out for work. Then Dawn hears word about it, goes over, asks if she can take pictures. But yeah, I heard all the screaming, all the bullshit throughout the night. They were revving the shit out, trying to get unstuck or whatever, right? But yeah, it was way, way, way after the summer finished. But here's Justin talking about how that damn picture and that shit happened on June 15th. Making it like it's a thing. Look, do y'all think if there was a red fucking truck in there that was wrecked on June 15th, like, and it was somehow connected or something, that there wouldn't have already been arrests? Yeah, breaks. There's not even, it's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. And yet people are like, what? And these creators swear they know all the things and they're working on them, whatever, and they, I don't, it's disheartening at best. I'll agree, Dodge Zones, there was some high shit about that, but it wasn't center. I'll agree. I concur. I concur. And my thoughts were when it went, man, that ain't right. You know what kind of desperate douchebag you gotta be coming in knowing feds, everybody else, eyeballs are on all things, cameras, eagles, and this whole line. And yet, you come in there to do some fuck shit or fuck around, fun. I just can't imagine the level of, like, there you have it, folks. But anyway, Justin's over here. Still apparently to this day swearing, as of yesterday, that truck and that incident and all that shit, it took place on the 15th. And you can see all these things in the rear view, much like Jurassic Park. And this and the other. And I'm like, whatever, dude. And so therefore they're like, oh, this truck was visible in that, so that means Dawn took it to work that day. Dawn did this and Dawn did that, and it's a lie. What? And when you're working off something initially, it is the dumbest shit in the universe that cannot be made to make sense. Then you're working the rest of a case based on something like making people think that red truck and that picture happened on the 15th, and Dawn was therefore, because of what could be seen in this air, must have been driving XYZ. Although what they see at one point, and I've seen them do, is one of the police cars. Because I have the pictures myself. And see, I had messaged Dawn and whatever. I was like, yeah, and the reason he had a time to give these tragedy events is because that morning, he's like, do you know about this? I was like, yeah, I heard him last night when it happened. And I was like, it happened around XYZ. I've still got the messages. And then later on in the road or by messages, I don't remember. He's like, oh, thanks for letting me know what time. Later on, it makes sense because he had to give the tragedy pimps time. But yet, he let him get it wrong on purpose. He knew they were going to do it and put it out in a misinforming way on purpose. Mine was concerned, he didn't care, but do remember this is Don Mills who came here for help for his daughter and her case. It makes perfect sense. Either way, when you've got something entirely wrong like that, and then these fuck shits around the world think it's from June 15th itself, and then start forming puzzles on shit and all the things, and then calling in. That's what I thought first it too. Because that's what I told him. I said, you hear that? There was a signal drop, they didn't hear you right. And he just like, oh, did they? Oh, okay. I was like, don't you want to like call and correct that or something or do whatever it is you all are doing? And he was like, nah, yeah, he just went on about his business. But then later on, I found a piece of it. And I've played it in the past. I know I have it recorded to show the tragedy pimp movements, how they work, and this and the other, and the way They all get up to hoaxes together or targeting other people around Summer's case on purpose. And to fuck it up on purpose. And manufacture chaos for what could be people with not the best of intentions. So, but that's what I thought until I made my way over here, and then I come upon a piece where Sharon and Dawn are talking, and she does this thing, Prairie Boys involved, etc. And you can tell it's sort of planned to be that way. And she tries to cover it up by saying something else. No, they knew what they were going to do, though. They knew prior to. Absolutely. They did. Anyway, so yeah. Justin's on semi-vacation, I guess. Maybe traveling with his hubby, kids, I don't know. Because he says semi-vacation.
Something. Why would Hunter make something up that, where would a 15-year-old come up with this in their head? They're not going to make something that up unless that really happened.
But I will give Justin credit for this during that. I've said it many times. Much like the hearts and shit I'd get at noon or whenever Monster was banging Stall or any of the other bitches around or whatever. It's a way to locate us, keep track of us through the day. They very much would, in their own ways, right, do that. And often, and I know that Don would do that to Candace, and he would control who she was around shit. That's why you hear Hunter at one point say everybody's supposed to be quiet in the vehicle is, because, right? But it's their way of knowing who we're around, keeping eyes and tabs on us during the day. They know our whereabouts when we're going to be home too, even though like most of them went about, oh well God, she knew the time in between places and Kevin Almy is there. But in the same breath during the day, they're doing shit to keep eyes on us and make sure we're in the house or who we're around. When we're doing whatever, when it's safe for them to be out doing dope or banging prostitutes on their jobs or running off or doing whatever, they keep eyes on us. And they send these things that look very, or comment, oh gosh, babe, how are you today? And that way it makes it look certain ways from people too. But then what those people don't see is 6 hours later, they're beating the shit out of you. And that what they're being made to see at work and public is not how these people are to us at home. But they'll be like, oh, hey, just concerned today. Well, what are you doing today? What are you getting into? And we all know the game. If you're us and you're the abused and whatever, you know the fucking game. And the monsters watching her and be like, oh, but they were keeping on. No. We'll both know the other's habits, right? But, and Justin says in there that throughout that day, Dawn very much had an idea of where Candace was, what time she'd be in, most likely, all these other things. That what it seems like he could have been doing, like when Hunter said, well, he's talking about a touchy-feely guy up on Property Officer shit. And the calls throughout the day don't make sense. Could have been very much keeping an eye on Candace, trying to figure out when she and Summer and Grant has been pulling in, coming home. And then if you know your victims well enough, you'd know what they'd probably get up to with certain things after making their way back home and where they might be and where windows and things were open to enact certain. I mean, I'm just saying, Justin didn't go that far, but I'm just saying there are things in there, right? Just like Monster would know he had at least like half an hour if I did come out of that house or I was anywhere etc. If the heart didn't hit, he knew I was going to be out somewhere. I wasn't in Wi-Fi. Uh-oh, better not go over and bang install, or one of the others close, or these down here, Same way, same things. So, but Justin kind of catches on to it a little bit, and he's like, well, maybe it's Dawn's way of keeping an eye on Candace. So, 1 point for Justin. He does have sometimes a cell up together, or he's heard it from one of us say it many a time, because that's not new news either. Yeah, fucking tragedy pimps. It's also pretty common sense if you actually pay attention to domestic violence, true abusers, and monsters, how they operate and function, and actually give a damn about them. Pretty well known thing. Right? Anyway, so 0.1 for Justin, but also -4. Same.
And Hunter knew Dawn had the phone call, right? What's the problem? I do think those children would bring them what to say and what not to say as well. I think.
Anyway, I think there was a couple more points in there, but I just don't care to make them. Today, I really kind of want something cold to eat. I want some cold pasta, guys. Like cold shrimp fettuccine. I don't know. I know it sounds weird, but I don't want to call. And I like cold pasta. So, I like cold almost anything. Or some Thai. I don't know what the fuck I want. The good Lord, go slow, take some pictures. Speaking of which, good God. But yeah, I'm hungry. I want to spend some time with Little, and I would like some time to finish some digging in the background right here, which I suspect is missing keystrokes with. And part of the fuck shit game around here this week. I'm like worried much. Whatever, bro. Anyway, uh, today we're gonna find it still hella concerning that lockdown has pictures of my titties up. That's creepy. Lockdown also, that video did not age well at all. And Chasing and Michelle and the rest are still just what they are, doing what they do. Let me see here. Making my way down. Really? I might replace this battery on this damn thing. Or I've just got way too many things. Probably a little of both. Oh, that sounds actually pretty good too, exploited. I don't know if, what does it say? Because I'm damn sure not making it. I don't know if they're open. Got weird funky days. They all close and 2 days down and 3 days over. I don't know. I know my top plate, like it used to be closed on Mondays, now it's like fucking Tuesdays or some shit. I don't know, I can't keep up with them. I know little already told me what she for dinner, so I'm gonna do that. And then I'm gonna, you know, figure out what the hell I want, I guess. Because I don't know what the fuck. It'd be better if both figure out the same thing at the same time. Most days I just let her choose. Especially since most days I can't even stomach eating and don't remember to anyway. But and I forget. Chicken radish salad. Oh, I'm not big on radishes unless sometimes they're in tacos and things like that. I'm just not big on radish. Now the white ones are pretty good if they're boiled. So I'm thinking about meat. No, I'm thinking about radishes. The hell? I ain't right. What the hell's going on over here? Oh, chicken Alfredo pizza. I don't know. I'm so burnt out on pizza. Little loves pizza. I think I've got like three free pizzas on my thing, man. I'm just so burnt out on pizza. She loves it. She could eat it every fucking. Ugh. Y'all, before little goes pizza. But I do like some pizza from some places. There is a seasonal pizza they do down here at one of the places, and it has butternut squash and bacon, all these things. I love that pizza. And I also like, there's this one they make, it's a white pizza, but it's very hot for those who can't stand spice. But every time I go somewhere and I want a particular thing, they're out of one thing that makes it. Last night, and I'm telling you what, I think I'm having a fight with one of the McDonald's workers. It's a continuing grudge. But I won last night, so there's that. But I see this boy again, and him and I are gonna have a talk about fucking respect and how he ain't gonna be doing that to me no more. And even if he spits in every one of the fucking McFlurries ever, it's cool. I'll just throw it in the fucking trash can as I drive away. But I'll still, like, I'm serious. This dude fucks me again on me. I swear, you just have no idea what I've been through. And it ain't even about the set up ice cream machine shit that goes on at McDonald's. It's going to, like, the Supreme Court now. Okay? Like, y'all should go find it. I think I shared it over on my community wall. It's a real thing. But it ain't even got nothing to do with that. Or shit being broken. I'm telling you what, this dude and I are gonna have it out at some point. I'm over this guy. He did it on purpose last night, and he got caught at it. I'm sure he's not having a good day. And it wasn't by me, he was caught by the manager. Whatever. But anyway, goes there, I'm like trying to get some shit with some jalapenos. Motherfuckers are out of jalapenos. It's like, how the fuck are you out of jalapenos? No, I ain't seized. So anyway, yeah, and their jalapenos are like, I don't know, they're less spicy than a regular fucking pickle. But they were out of, how the hell you have something, like, you know what, fuck it. If one thing ain't broke, I got everything else. I'm like, what? Have you ever been through Taco Bell? And them motherfuckers, which happens often, y'all can't tell me you've not. Y'all ever been through Taco Bell? And they tell you that they're out of chicken, they're out of beef, they're out of hard shell, they're out of this, they're out of fucking this. I'm like, so can you just tell me? So basically, you have like maybe a tortilla and a tomato. And they let you try to order 9 things before they tell you they're out of all of them. Why'd you let me do that? Why'd you give me hope 12 times? Why didn't you just say we're at everything in the goddamn restaurant? You can have a tomato on a tortilla. That's it. That's all we got. But Taco Bell's probably the worst about that. Out of everyone. What the fuck? Why are y'all even open right now? And if you don't have any food in there, what are you doing exactly? But I'm like, whatever. I don't but yeah, little for like 3 nights running, wasn't flurry. And this dude straight fucked with me about it till last night. Anyway, and little got her McFlurry. She's happy at me. So there's that. Anyway, guys, I think I wonder if that's like East Coast or West Coast. I might touch a button here in a little bit. After I figure out what the fuck I want to eat. But I don't know if it's set for West Coast or East Coast. You never know around here. Oh Lord, they're pushing that Satan. He's on the religious channels, y'all. He's back there harassing Daisy and need to be exorcised. Y'all go tithe to the cow and the real demon that is PG. So anyway, yeah, they're gonna push that until hell freezes over, I suppose. Um. Anyway, you guys, I think that I am off of here for the day. Right? I think. Oh, yeah, Rose Day. I wish so often I could play things like the Eagles but or Stevie Nicks or Fleetwood. Oh yeah, but you can't around here because it won't just fuck you up on this one. It'll take this shit permanently. Even this one, there's no fun. So you have to be cautious a little bit. But now any song I play means nothing's monetized, but um. yeah, some of these songs they don't fuck around with. It means your stream's never coming back. You ain't ever getting it back. It ain't happening. But so I do have to be kind of cautious in that. Don't ever play what? Yours is always out of sour cream and mild sauce. Oh no, I can't ever get a pack of fire. So you want to trade? They always got the fucking mild shit. I mean, they were fucking fire though. Neighbor. I like this one. Nah, it's one of my faves. I think I'm gonna play this one today. Alright, you guys, I'm off here as always. Please do share the universal hand signal for help / TB hand signal. It can and does save lives, okay? And not just for DV, but for many situations, and can help everyone from little ones who can't speak yet or nonverbal or scared to escape violence, abuse, kidnappings, essays, you name it, across the board. That thing is extraordinarily important, and I think same level of number for me, personally. So definitely share that if you can. Will here he goes again. Well, just so we book into this bitch with a lawnmower, right? We will end as we began. Anyway, and as always, please do share Summer's picture, information, and call her by her name. It's a very tangible and real way to help her, to help find her, to help bring her back to her community and her brothers. And also, weirdly enough, it can also help find the person or persons responsible. Maybe they'll grow a heart too if they see her face, read her name enough, and do what's right without having to be hunted down like fucking animals. Because I assure you, that's what's being done. And it won't stop. They're not going to get away. Not going to get by with their day. Okay. It can also mean that they fuck up somewhere and somebody notices just because they're wearing the weight of seeing her face on a particular average day. Just a little different than they have been, and somebody around them notices. And it's something like a key or a whisper drops. And their mind goes, wait a minute. And they pick up the phone and they turn them in. So, just the sharing of Summer's image, her name, and her information by law enforcement, feds, investigative journalists is a very real and tangible way to help her. And do remember that little pebbles go a long way. Ripples become tsunamis. You can change the world with something small. Smile at somebody, just not necessarily a bad day, but a great looking day. It can change their life. It can change many around the globe as it finds its way to crash to shore somewhere. And you may never hear about it, see the effects of it, but it surely happens. And do remember that it only takes a little spark to light up the whole world's darkness. Alright? The little things, they matter.
Always two there are.
Oh! Fuck, my algorithms felt their inner Yoda too. Alright, guys. Y'all have a good night, good morning, good evening, wherever y'all are. Avoid the tragedy pimps, heavily concentrating on weird shit, especially breasts. It's strange out here today. Yikes. Alright, y'all. Laters.
Screaming, I'm on my mind, my mind. Oh, she's hot but a psycho, so left but she's right though. At night she's screaming, I'm on my mind, my mind. She'll make you curse, see your blessing. She'll rip your shirt in a second. You'll be coming back a second. With your play, you just can't help it. No, you'll play along, let her lead you on. You'll be saying no, then saying yes, cause you're messing with your head. Oh, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho. At night she's screaming, my mind. She's dropping the psycho, so that pushing right though. At night she's screaming, my mind. I'm going crazy. She's pushing the daisy. People say run on. Yeah, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho. At night she's screaming, my mind. So someone said, don't drink her potion, just kiss your man, no emotion. When she's mean, you know you love me, she tastes so sweet, don't sugarcoat it, no, you play along, let her lead you on, if you say it, no, don't say it, yes, cause you're messing with your head. She's sweet but a psycho, a little psycho. At night she's screaming, my. She's super psycho, so that's what she's right on. At night she's screaming, my. I'm going crazy, she's watching the daisy. People say run on. She's sweet but a psycho, a little psycho. At night she's screaming, my. Just like me, you are mine. I'm no stranger, but the kids are kind. Telling me that I'm insane. Oh, don't pretend that you don't love the pain. She's sleeping inside her. Like she's screaming, my. She's popping psycho, so that she's right though. Like she's screaming, my. I'm going crazy, she's pushing the daisy. People say run on. She's sleeping inside her. Like she's screaming, my.
But she moves like lightning, and she counts to 3. When she turns out all the lights and says she's coming for me. Now put your hands up, this is a heist, and there's no one in here living gonna make it out alive. Let it out when the sun comes down, get away carpet to your lovers. Meet a girl straight out of town, over the hills and undercover. She said, dream girl, blue sky. You better throw a party on the day that I die. Green grass, blue sky. You better throw a party on the day that I die. We go together, Adam and Eve. The girl is so much more than just another apple thief. And she's a genius, works and learns. Now she sets the world on fire just to watch the sucker burn. When the sun comes down, get away carpet to your lovers. Meet a girl straight out of town, over the hills and undercover. She said, green grass, blue sky. You better throw a party on the day that I die. Green grass, blue sky. You better throw a party on the day that I die. Throw a party, on the day that I die. When the sun comes down, get away carpet to your lovers. Meet a girl straight out of town, over the hills and undercover. She said, green grass, blue sky. You better throw a party on the day that I die. Green grass, blue sky. You better throw a party on the day that I die. Green grass, blue sky. You better throw a party on the day that I die. Green grass, blue sky. You better throw a party on the day that I die.
Some migraine attacks